What if you could build a professional hotel booking website, one that syncs with Tripadvisor, Airbnb, Booking.com, and includes a free mobile app for managing guests on the go and costs you $0 in plugin fees? Today, I'll be showing you exactly how to do that. Whether you are a boutique hotel owner or an Airbnb host, you need a simple way to manage bookings without the technical headaches. 5 years ago, I showed you a tool that changed everything, and today I'm going even deeper with the latest, most powerful version of this free WordPress plugin. By the end of this video, you'll have a fully functional hotel booking engine ready to take payments and receive guests. Just simply drag and drop elements on the page and click publish. And yes, I'll even be showing you how to manage your entire hotel on your phone. Curious to see the final result? Here is the awesome booking experience we're building together right now. Briefly, I'll be showing you two ways how we can build this website. We can build it first by importing demo content from MotoPress or by building everything from scratch. So what you see here is a demo website that I imported from MotoPress. Everything is set up for me, rooms are set up, the calendar is set up, the rates are set up. So all I have to do is to edit and make changes so that it suits the hotel that I have, or your property in this case. And for example, if your client comes to this website and let me say they enter in days for when they want to sleep at your hotel and the number of adults and maybe how many children. So 2 children, and they search for a room in this case. So here it gives a recommendation of a family room. It includes the amount of money your client will be paying, including the taxes and fees. Everything I'll be showing you how to set it up from the back end. How do you set up the room rates? How do you set up the occupants? How do you set up the taxes and all these other extra fees? Everything will be explained to you in a very simple way how to do it. But briefly, these are the search results that come up for this specific query. And as you can see over here, apparently we only have one result, which is this family room. And your guests can actually, look through the pictures. They can go ahead and also look at the entire property. In this case, for this room, read through all the details, look at the availability calendar, which also includes the nightly prices in this case. And if the guest is happy to go ahead and reserve the room, they just click over here to say reserve the room. And over here, it will give the details. And also, for example, here, enter in the number of adults and then give the name of the guests. And also here, they can choose between which rate they want to use, whether bed and breakfast or just breakfast. This is something that I show you how to set up also in the back end. And right over here, your client can choose between any additional services. And these also add up on the total cost of the room. If they have a coupon code, I'll also be showing you how to create coupon codes and share them with your clients. And down below here, it shows the price breakdown. And right over here, before the checkout, your client has to enter in the final information, where they come from. And below here, they'll have to choose a payment gateway. And in this video, I'll be showing you how to integrate your hotel booking website with several payment gateways: Stripe, PayPal, name it. And right over here, if your client is happy, they can go ahead and say, book the hotel. It will take them to this reservation received page, which summarizes their reservation and everything. And from here, your client will receive an email. You'll also receive an email. Everything will be updated in the back end. So for instance, if we go right over here to the dashboard, inside our WordPress website, we go to bookings, all bookings. At the moment, we should have a new booking, which is confirmed over here. And it was from John Deo. And if I edit this booking, you should be able to see the same details that we added in our search availability form right over here. And it shows the client details and also the amount that was payable at the checkout page. And you can go ahead and make changes to this booking. For example, you can confirm the booking, you can cancel the booking, and in all circumstances, your guests will be updated. Now, when you come over here to calendar under bookings, you see all the bookings that have been made, or which rooms have been booked from which days to which days. So for instance, here we have a classic double room has been booked from the 2nd to the 5th of April. And also you can see over here another booking, which is booking 66. For example, if I click on that booking, in this case, it will give me the booking details, which is the booking information, the reserved accommodations, in this case, the extra services, the children that will come along with this family, and all the details from the client. Now, outside that, I'll show you how to add your accommodations. So in this case, these are the different accommodations. And below here, we have the different rooms. So from one accommodation, we can generate different rooms. So for example, in this case, we have the classic double room. We have 4 of them. And for the family room, we have 3 of them. For the superior room, we have 2 of them. For the comfort triple room, we have 2 of them. Now, when you go on the front end and you scroll down below here, you see that our rooms are actually appearing. So we have the comfort triple room, the standard single room, we have the superior double room, we have the family room, which we just looked at. And now when we go to the editor, which is Elementor, the editor that we are using to build this page, we can go ahead and make changes to the entire page. For example, we can change this to, for example, extreme experience. I don't know if that is positive or negative, but yeah, that is the idea. You can go ahead over here and reduce the size or the typography just to fit everything in there. And hey, you are wondering where are our rooms? Well, the rooms are right over here. So this over here is a room listing, and this is a widget from Elementor. You can disable titles, you can disable or enable the featured image, you can disable or enable the gallery. And this over here is what you see appearing here on the front page as this over here, this slider over here, because we added a small class over here that converts this list into a slider on the front end. Now, the other question is, hey, we made some change, but where is that change? Yeah, the change is here, extreme experiences from 5-star services. Now, what if you want to change other parts of the website? Well, you can go ahead and just click, for example, click over there, add a new section or container, come over here, look up for your hotel booking widget. So for instance, we have the MotoPress Hotel Booking widgets down below here. We can say, hey, we want to display our services in this section, and boom, there is our services listing. If I didn't want to display the services widget in this section, I can simply delete it, come back over here, and then look up for the exact widget that you want to use in this section. For example, if I want to use the accommodation gallery, I can just drag over there, paste the accommodation gallery widget, select the exact accommodation that I want to display, change the image resolution, select the number of columns that you want to display. This accommodation only has 4 pictures in the gallery. Maybe we choose another accommodation that has more pictures. Let's see the family room. Yeah, this has more than 4 pictures in the gallery, so they can show up in 4 columns. And guess what? I can decide to show it as a slider so that the images are sliding in the front end. But not only that, I can also come over here to the advanced section and add some padding so that everything doesn't look like it is tied up. So in this case, I have added padding on top and bottom. And I can also come here and say add a title, and this can be, for example, let me say family room gallery. I'll come over here, make changes to my padding, and add some padding to the container right here at the top, 100 pixels, and at the bottom, 100 pixels. Come here to my accommodation, just remove the bottom padding. So just by dragging and dropping, I've added a title and a gallery for my accommodation. And guess what? I can hit publish. And then I'll go to the front end and be able to preview the changes I've just made. So when I come over here, scroll down below here. So here is our family room gallery we just added. But hey, if it doesn't look nice, because right now it doesn't look like the images are even separate from each other, you can go back here, make some changes. Instead of 4 columns, just make them 3 columns. So 3 columns. And you can choose that when someone clicks on these images, they open up in a file. And in this case, I'll leave it on the default, and I'll go back here, say publish. And now we go back to our page to look at the changes we just made. Here we are, we have 3 columns. Oh, it's still a slider. So what I have to do is to disable the slider at the moment. So disable the slider, and I will enable that I open my images in a lightbox, come back here, have it published, and then reload. Scroll down to the section, look at your images. Now, when I click on that image, you see it opens up on a file, and That is a widget that we just added. Previously made it 3 columns. So when you have to make changes, don't get afraid. Just look up over here for the options and make those changes and save. Look at the changes at the front end. Now, if you don't like what you created, you can still come back and say, hey, delete, I don't like what I created, publish, and then still those changes will be reflected on your page. Guess what? We no longer have that gallery on our page. Just like that, you can make changes on your Elementor website. But what you have to know is that this entire website was built by the team from MotoPress, and all I had was to import the demo data and have everything set up just like this. Now, for those of you who would like to try out a custom build, well, I made something for you. So right over here on this hotel page, just like you can see over here, everything was custom built from the ground up using Elementor. And let's see if we try to search or reserve a room right over here. So I'll say we are just 2 adults, then search. So you'll see that now we have results. So this looks completely different from what we saw earlier. And you can make and customize everything you see right over here to the look and feel that you want. So here are some of the rooms that I'm having available to book. And as you can see, I can say, let me view the details of this room. So this should take me to the single room page, which is a single listing for the rooms. And here it tells me the starting price of the room. It gives me an excerpt of the room and also a gallery of the room and the availability calendar for that specific room. And look what happens. It also shows me the extra services that I can book along with this room. Now, everything here was built from the ground up, and I customized everything to look just like this. Now, if you want to book this room, just go ahead and, do a search and then search for that room. And we have the option, if that room is available for reserving, we can say book the room, confirm reservation. Now, on the other hand, you can still go back here in the back end, for example, look at the bookings. And all these bookings will also be able to be synced in the mobile app. That is if you connect the mobile app to your website. And to connect the mobile app, that is very easy. What you have to do is to come back here to the settings of your website. So for example, right over here to accommodations, settings, and under settings, just come over here to advanced. And under advanced, you can create a REST API key and get the created key, connect it to the mobile app, just like I'm going to be showing you in this video, and then you are all set. So in the tutorial, I'll also be showing you how you can add your property to also appear in such listings, for example, on Google Hotels, where your website visitors are able to, for example, when they are in a specific location, they can look up for the available accommodations in that location and also the prices for those accommodations. And for some of you who are interested in taking your website live, from getting a domain name to hosting and also managing the emails, everything is also covered in this tutorial, and I'll be showing you exactly how to set up everything, including your DNS, including the email deliveries and all that stuff. And guess what? Everything is covered step by step. And if you so happen to have any question, just let me know down in the comments of this video. Now, with that said, let's get started in the video. All right, so we are now going to start by, installing WordPress on our server, or where we are going to be hosting our website. And apparently I'm using Cloudways because I host with Cloudways, and that's where I'm having my website running from. So if you are interested to check out Cloudways, you actually have 3 days to try it for free with no obligation to set up a server and run as many WordPress applications on your server. So if you want to check that out, you can check out this video right over here on the screen, which takes you through the process of, creating your server, which is very simple. 1 to 3 minutes, the server is up, and then you can add your WordPress applications. These are the websites that will be running on your server. So for instance, at the moment, I have these applications running, and this is just a single server, which I have running. And the good thing with Cloudways, you don't have a specific amount of money that you have to pay every month. So it only depends on the usage, and that, you pay it up once you receive the invoice at the end of the month. So when you need more resources, you can always bump them up. For example, if you are on high seasons during summer or something like that, and then you can also take them down once, there is no much need for those resources. So that means that you're actually only paying for what you are using. You can check out the video where I compared, for example, Cloudways and Hostinga, and probably it will give you an impression of what I'm actually meaning. So to get started, I am going to come over here to applications. I'm going to add a new application, and this is going to be, the application that is going to be my website in this case. So I select a server, I say add an application, I select WordPress. I can choose from the options right over here because Cloudways give you the option to add different kind of applications. So in this case, I'll just use, the basic WordPress, no Cloudways optimization, and I'll name the application. This is the easiest way to find the application on the server. This can be your hotel name or whatever name that will make you remember which application it is. So in this case, I'm going to name this as Bunta Hotels, or Bunta Hotels to say, and say add application, and I'll skip for now because Cloudways recommends some of those other services which I'm not interested in right now. So installing these WordPress applications takes about a minute or two, and it sets up your username and sets up your database and everything. So you'll have everything set up for you, and all you have to do is to log into the WordPress application. All right, congratulations. We have now our WordPress application installed on our server. So I'll come here to applications, and now you see we have our Bunta Hotels application right over there. When I click on it, here it will show me my access, the different things that I need to, or that I can configure on this specific WordPress website. So I have the application URL. This is, the staging URL that I'll be using during development. So it has this random WordPress number, ending with Cloudways. And in the video that I recommended, it will show you also how you can point this application to a new domain, and also setting up your emails and all that stuff. So once you are done building your hotel website, you can check out that video, and it will show you how you can, point to your actual, domain. Because, hey, it is better when you have this domain over here, which is a subdomain on Cloudways, to do everything in the back end before everyone is able to access your website. And once you are ready to launch, then you can always come back and change everything and point it to the actual domain name that you'll be using, and also set up your email services. Check out those links in the description of this video. So here I'm also given the admin URL. So when I click over there, it takes me to the login page. And right over here, I can just copy my username and paste my username here, and also copy my password, and then paste that password over right there. And there we go. So we have logged into our WordPress website, and this is how it looks like. It's a blank WordPress website. Nothing is there apart from the default plugins that are installed once you install WordPress. So it is basically a fresh install of WordPress. We are going now to start building our hotel booking website with MotoPress and Elementor. But the beauty is that MotoPress has already a pre-built site, which most of you would find really nice to start with, where you have default accommodations. Everything is already built up for you. All you have to do is import the demo content into WordPress and then start customizing or building on top of that. So what we are going to do right now is you're going to come over here in a new tab, and you're going to go to gotechug/MHB. So MotoPress Hotel Booking, and then enter. I'll be leaving that same link right down in the description of this video. By using that link, you don't pay anything extra, but I get a small commission on anything that you purchase on the MotoPress website. Now, for now, we are not going to purchase anything apart from the section where I'll be showing you some of the pro features from the hotel booking plugin. But for now, we are interested in downloading a specific template and theme. So we are going to come over here to themes. We're going to come to Elementor templates and themes. And you see they have already a couple of Elementor templates and themes that they have created. But we are mostly interested in this one over here called Albatross. I hope I read it correctly. And when I open it over there, it's actually free to download. Everything here was built using the Elementor editor, and also you are able to do customizations. And the good thing is that they use the free version of Elementor. So everything that we'll be using with this theme, the Elementor plugin and also the hotel booking plugin, are all for free. So you don't have to pay anything for now. So what we're going to do is say download, and that will download for us that Albatross theme, which is right over there. And then I'll come back here to my dashboard, come to themes, appearance, themes, add a new theme. I'll say upload, come over here and then browse for our theme. Right over there is our theme. I'm going to say install, and then we say activate. All right, so our theme is already installed, and now we have, the theme installation steps over here, and it says we should install the required plugins. And then here they say if you create a new website, you may import sample data, and here are the steps. So we are going to do this. So first of all, we are going to install the required plugins for this theme to work pretty well. So here you see they are installing a Mailchimp widget. They are also installing a contact form 7 plugin, which is for emails. This is for managing your newsletter with Namecheap. And this is here for, your contact form on the contact page. This is the Elementor plugin. And here we have the hotel booking and Elementor integration. This is a special plugin also for that. And also we have the hotel booking Lite, which is the main plugin for the hotel booking. And this is the plugin that will enable us to use some widgets from the hotel booking plugin. So I'll be showing that. I'll be showing you that in a while. And then want to quickly import the demo content and then SVG support. This is for some of the icons and images that you may be using on your website. And then we have a special Stratum Elementor widgets. This is a plugin from the MotoPress team, which is for only Elementor widgets. So for example, like any other Elementor add-on plugin, out there, this is Stratum, but specifically from the MotoPress team. Select all of them and say install and then apply. All right, so it looks like our plugins have all installed. So when we come back here to the installed plugins, you see we have installed but not activated. Now what you're going to do is select them once again and say activate. Now when we go here to the plugins area, you see we have a set of new installed and activated plugins, except the 2 that came on the installation of WordPress. So I'll delete these 2, select both of them and say delete. Good, so we have so far good progress. Now what we are going to do next is to import some demo content. So what we're going to do is to come here to appearance. We are going to say import demo data right over there. And here it gives us an important note before importing the sample data. So first of all, to import the sample data, follow the steps below, download the content and widgets, which is having the import files, and then go to that section and then we follow the instructions for installing the demo data. So here we said download the demo files. It brings us straight to this section on this page which says download demo data for Albatross. I hope I read that correctly. And then here it says download, and then here it says save as. Once we download these files, we are going to save this as an XML file, and then we save this as a .wei file. So I'll select, or I'll click over there, and then for this file specifically, which is the first one, we save it as .xml. I'll save in the folder that I already created. I'll close that up, come back here, and then open the other one, and then I say save as. This should end as a .vie file. Save also in the same folder right over there. Close that up. Now come back here to our WordPress website. And what we are going to do is to scroll down below here where there is the option to say manual demo file import. And we're going to first of all add our XML file to import. There is our XML file. And next we're going to import our widgets. So select that. And now we've selected our widgets file and our XML file and say continue. This should take us into a process of importing demo content on our website. That means that we shall go from having 0 content and pages and everything to having a fully built site after the import. Yeah, this process may take a few minutes. They say about 10 minutes, but sometimes it's even faster. So just make sure you don't close this page or reload it, anything like that. Just let it take its time, and once it's done, we can go ahead with customizing and building our hotel booking website with Elementor. Congratulations, our demo content has successfully been imported into our website, and now we can go visit our website, and guess what? This here is the newly created website. So it's still the website that we installed on a blank install of WordPress, but now we have this content imported, or the demo content, and now we can go ahead and start building on top of this. Now, first of all, we are going to come back here to our dashboard, and let's first look at the pages. So you see we have already imported pages. With our demo content, we've had new pages being created. We have the About page, the Accommodations page. We have an alternative of the Accommodations page. So if I preview this page, you will see that this has a different layout. And when I open this other page, this is also another accommodations page with a different kind of layout, and also with this form right over here. So as you can see that those are already created pages that comes with this demo content that we have added or that we have imported onto our website. Now we have the possibility to actually start building on top of what MotoPress has already put together for us. Now, first of all, you see our website has a funny name over here. Let's first go and change that real quick. So I'll come over here to settings, general settings, and we are going to come here, change the site title to Bunta Hotels. And there we go. I'm going to say, before we even save changes, you can go ahead and add a site tagline. This is like maybe your hotel slogan. Add the site icon over here. And don't change anything here to do with the WordPress URLs. For now, leave them as they are. And then down below here, you can go ahead and choose a site language, the time zone, where your website or where your business is best. So for the site language, let me change that real quick. Mine is English UK, so right over there. All right, so select your time zone. In this case, I'll select +2 and then choose when the week starts and also the time formats that you're using. So day, month, and year, that's the time format. So that varies best. In America, they use a different time format. In the European region, they use a different time format. So those are the basic settings. For now, when we come over here and now reload, you'll see that now we have a new site name showing up over there. And now we are good to get started. All right, so now the most important thing once you want to build a hotel website is obviously accommodations. Now, with our demo content and our website that we have now imported from, the demo content we installed, we already have a couple of things that have already been built for us. So we have a header, we have a navigation right over here, we have the about contact pages, we have the rooms, we have the news side, and we can go ahead and customize everything right over here. We have this slider here on the home page. So you see, as I'm also going to be showing you how you can customize that part. We have our search form over here to search for accommodations. We have a calendar. So if I say from that time to this time, we want an accommodation. We are, a number of adults. I'll say just 2 adults. We don't have any children. Okay, let me say just 1 children. And I say search. This is going to take me to this search results page, and it will show me the recommended accommodations for 2 adults and 1 child. It shows me this, and also it shows me the price. And here I can go ahead and reserve. I can look at the different provisions that have been provided over here. We have a classic double room. We have a comfort triple room. I think the amount scares me when I see 7,000. I'll just go back here and, enter in. So April, 1st April to not May, back to April to, let me see, from 1st April to 3rd April. So those are 2 nights or something. And let me see, the results. So far we have, for example, recommended for 2 adults and 1 child. We have a standard single room, which will be for 200. And of course, in this video, I'll show you how to set up the rates for different rooms and also how to customize, for example, the room names, add pictures and everything. So we have a standard single room until up here where we have a comfort triple room, which goes for 5,000 for these dates that we have searched. And right over here, we have the accommodations. We see we have the slider for every accommodation. It has the description, of course, the number, the price for the 2 nights that we want to sleep. It shows the amenities and the number of people who can sleep in that room and, all those other details. Now, if we want to book, for example, I would say I would want to book this. I'll just say book, and then it brings me to this reservation form or button, and that takes me to the booking confirmation. And right over here, your client will be able to, select, the person who is booking. So add the full name, and we have the different rates. Right over here, we have a non-refundable rate, which is cheaper, and a refundable rate, which is a bit expensive. And of course, I'll be showing you exactly how you can set up different rates for your rooms, for example, with non-refundable or refundable fees, and that you can also implement that on your hotel website. Then the other one is choosing, additional services. We will also be creating, and I will be showing you how to create these additional services for your hotel website. And there we go. So once you are happy, someone is able to continue and book this apartment, this accommodation. In this case, let me fill this in real quick so you see how it looks like. Once I'm done adding all the details, I'll say book now. Now this will take me to this booking confirmation. And right now your website visitor should be able to receive an email, and also you as, your website guest or your client will be able to receive an email. And I'll also be showing you how to customize those emails for your hotel website. But also you should be able to receive an email as a website administrator, and I'll also be showing you how to customize such emails. But at the same time, when you come here to bookings, all bookings, you'll see that you'll have a new booking, which is this booking over here. And the booking confirmation, it shows you the days that we are booked from 1st April to 3rd April, the number of adults, the guests. Here it shows just 1 guest, and right over here it goes back and shows you the price and the room that was booked in this case. Now the thing is that you can open up this booking, and here you as the website administrator, you can go ahead and make edits. For example, you can edit the dates of the check-in and the checkout. You can edit the client information, or actually you have access to the client information right over there. You can go ahead and add a manual payment. Remember, we have not actually made an actual payment on our checkout, and that is actually something I'll be showing you in this video, how to add test payments, how to add manual payments, how to add, automatic payments through, for example, PayPal and Stripe, and all that stuff. So I'll be showing you that in this video. So now going back here to our search results, remember when you click on the search for the accommodations, you come to a page which brings you to the search results page. Once you are here on your search results page, you can, go ahead and modify your search. So when you are from this, home home screen on this search form here, and you change your mind here, I want to, just have results for something else, you can also adjust that right over here. So maybe you are wondering, okay, how do these single accommodation pages look like? So when I click here on the accommodation or single accommodation page, so this is for the classic double room. And you see here we have a description, and this is the price for 2 nights and has a maximum occupancy of 2 adults. And these are the amenities and the size and all that stuff right over there. So we also have the availability date. So here it will only be showing when this accommodation is actually available for booking. In that case, you can also go ahead and view the pictures for the single accommodation, and you can go ahead and do that for every other accommodation. So for example, when I come over here and scroll through this, and let me see, we have this superior double room, which is 200 per night. And just like you can see, that's how it looks like. And exactly, that's how it looks like for the single accommodation for the single superior room. When you go back here to the MotoPress website and come back here to themes, Elementor templates and themes, and let's look up for example, Alpenhaus. This is also built using the MotoPress Hotel Booking plugin. As you can see over here, they have different templates that you can use for your hotel build, which are actually ready-made templates that you can just go ahead and use and build your own hotel booking website. So you don't have to start everything from scratch, and it doesn't have to necessarily look like this over right here, which was the Albatross. So you can go ahead and look through the different templates that are provided by MotoPress for specifically Elementor, and then you can start building on top of that without having to start everything from scratch. So just over here, you can see this is a demo for the Alpenhaus. You see it has also its search form over here, and so this is a different layout. And also, as you can see, the accommodations are listed over here. And all this built within Elementor and also using MotoPress. And also when I, for example, come over here to search for an accommodation, and here, number of adults 2, 0 children, I'll search. And you can see that we have our search results over here for the available accommodations. And this looks totally different from this other layout. So if you are like, nah, I don't like that layout, MotoPress got you. They have a different layouts that you can browse through. So anyway, I saw this other layout. I don't know how to read the name. It's called Bookloom or something like that. But this is actually paid, and it's for Gutenberg. So when you open that up, so here is the demo, and we can choose a demo. We can say, okay, which one we want to look at. So you see they have different layouts also. And for instance, if we open this up over here, bed and breakfast layout, that's how it looks like. Of course, this is built on Gutenberg, and I'll be showing you in a separate video how to build one using Gutenberg. But for just so you know, they have also different layouts that you can use to build your hotel website. And just for instance, if I come over here and make a search, so I want to find an accommodation from that date to this date, and we are only, let me say, 2 guests, and then I search. Look, this is a search results, and see how that looks like. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I like this. These are the kind of layouts that you find on, I don't know, hotel.com and those other sleek hotel booking websites. And for example, if I save view details for this room, look at how that looks like. That's really, really neat. So that is also from Hotel Booking by MotoPress. So this is a section where we're looking at the single booking that came in. And like I told you, you can go ahead and make changes on the booking. You can change the status over here. You can change from pending, and to abandon, to confirm, to cancelled. And both you and the person who made the booking will be notified via email. But for now, let's go straight into the most juicy part of this video. How do we add our accommodations with MotoPress? So as you can see already, like I've shown you, when we come over here to, let me say, we have our rooms, and those rooms are, for instance, we have a superior double room, we have a standard single room, we have the comfort triple room, we have the classic double room. The question is, how do you add these accommodations to your website? How do you add the pricing? How do you add the description? How do you add the occupancy and the size and all these amenities? And that is exactly what I'll be showing you under the accommodation types and going forward. Just like you can see here, we have the different accommodation types and we have the amenities and all that stuff. And before we end this tutorial, you'll be knowing how to set up your accommodation types and also generate accommodations, add the different services, add your rates and all that stuff. So see you in that other section. In this section, let's see how we can create our accommodations. And of course, our accommodations will have images. The accommodation will have a name, the price per night, and also how we can add this description, the occupancy, the amenities, and all these other details. So to get started, we have to come back here to our dashboard and under accommodations, just like you can see, of course, this is in the hotel booking plugin from MotoPress. So we're going to say accommodation types, and under accommodation types, we can say add a new accommodation type. So this is not the single bookable room. This is basically a description of an accommodation. And then we shall generate the different, number of rooms or accommodations from this accommodation type. So in this case, I have already, used my Gemini over here to get just a description of an accommodation. So, and also some images. And I have one here called the family nature room. So I'll come over here at the family nature room. All right, so we have added our family nature room. We've added the description of that room and we've added the excerpt text. So as you can see here, this here is the excerpt text and the description of the room is what appears right below here. Just you can see over here. And this here is the excerpt text, right? Like you can see here. Now we can allow comments. Comments will appear below here on the room. Like for example, for people who have used the room or something like that, or feedback from people who have actually, slept in that room. We can allow those comments or we can simply disable those comments. A number of accommodations. So this is where we can say generate, 5 family nature room. So family nature room or 10 nature room, depending on how many of those nature rooms that you have. And here we can say, okay, how many, adults can it accommodate? So we can say it will accommodate, 4 adults and maybe 6 children, something like that. And we have the capacity. So the maximum capacity a room can hold. So here they say leave this option empty to calculate total capacity automatically to meet the exact number of adults and children set above. So that means that if I leave this empty and someone says, hey, I'm booking the room and we are, 3 adults and 7 children, that means that they suit or they can fit in this room. Now, we can also set the age or disable the children's age in the settings, so which we'll see later on in this video. Now, best adults occupancy, we can set that over here, and best children occupancy, we can set right over there, but that's optional. Well, here I can set up the capacity of the room. I can say maybe, 65 square meters. And if it has any kind of views or something like city view, so I can say this room has a nature view and that's all. Here we can say add our bed type, but we can only select here a bed type once we have already set it. So for now, I am going to first save this as a draft and I'm going to quickly jump to the bed type. So I'm going to come over here, go to settings. This will take us to the section where we can set up our bed types. So I have to scroll down below here. And just like you can see over here, we have bed types, and here I can say add a bed type, large king size bed. So I say add the bed type, and you see now we already have a bed type over here. We can add several other bed types, and we can attach these bed types to the rooms or accommodations that we have. So I'll come below here and say save changes. And now I'll close this window, come back here to our nature family room. And now when I come here to bed type and I click here, you see we have a large king size bed that is selected. Now the available services, we have car rental, childcare, indoor restaurant. This all comes at, for example, a fee, but this one here is free because, hey, even in the indoor restaurant, you'll have to pay anything, but accessing it is probably totally free. So how do we add these services? I'm going to save changes for now because I'm going to jump now to the services page. So here I'm going to go add a new service. But generally, this is where you find all the services. Under accommodation, come to services. That's where you can add the different services. As you can see, we have car rental already comes at a price of $25 per day per accommodation. Now to add a new service, I'll come over here. Let's add a pet care. So here is our pet care service, the description of what we actually offer under that service. Everything here is basically demo content, so don't give so much attention to that. And the pricing here, we can say, I don't know, it's €25. So €25 paid once, and it is charged per accommodation. So once you book this hotel, you'll pay €25 if you have a pet, and we shall take care of it until the end of your stay. And here we can add a featured image. And there is our featured image for our service. And here I'm going to say publish. And now once I publish that, I'll be having now a new service right over here. So if I reload, there comes our pet service, which is $25. That is paid once and per accommodation. Now the other services, as you can see here, car rental, when I open up, you can see that we have the price is $25 per day, and that is per accommodation. Of course, here they didn't add a featured image, but now you know how to add a featured image for an extra service. Now, when we come back here to our rooms, so not rooms, but accommodation type, we open up our family nature room. And here I'm going to add an extra service of pet care. But we can also offer that when someone is booking this room, they can also choose among the other extra services that they can book along with this room, or they can see on the search results page when they are booking the room. So on the other side, we have the option to add accommodation tags. Imagine accommodation tags like keywords that when people are searching on this website, they can use to see different rooms. For example, we can say family room. For example, we can say nature view, or something like large room, or for example, eco-friendly, something like that. So that when people are on your website, they can use some of those tags to search up some of those rooms. Below here, we have what they call amenities. So amenities are the extra things that come along with a service with a room in this case, or with the accommodation type. So we have the bathroom essentials, in this case, bathroom comforts, free parking, hair dryer, heating, terrace, and Wi-Fi. I can add a new amenity. And just like you already know from our family room, we have a private balcony. So I think we can add it as an amenity so that when someone is booking this room, they know they will have a private balcony, which is something nice to know. And we say add amenity, and there it is. And now I can also select other amenities that are available on this room. So hair dryer, we also have a free parking if you are booking a family room. After adding our amenities, we are interested really in looking into the photo gallery and the featured image. So the photo gallery is when you come over here on the room, you see we have this. This is the photo gallery. And when I close that up, this is the featured image. So to add a featured image, we're going to come over here, select, and then we're going to upload a featured image that is for our family nature room. That is the featured image for our family nature room. Save it as featured image, and then we're going to add a photo gallery, so the different other pictures of that room. Our gallery images are selected right over there. I'm going to say add those images, and there we go. So we have literally everything for our room, or not for our room in this case, for the accommodation types. So I'm going to say publish this accommodation type. And now when you come here to the accommodations, you see we have a new published accommodation type. Look at this accommodation type, and literally those are the details for the accommodation type. The other thing I've not talked about is that you can also add the accommodation categories. Under categories, we can create different categories on our hotel booking website. For example, bed and breakfast. That means that you will only list properties where someone will have bed and breakfast. And you can also create a category where, it's basically an entire property. So for example, properties, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different properties where people can rent the entire property at once and use it for a period of time. So that is something that you can create in the hotel booking plugin from MotoPress. At the moment, I don't have to create any categories for this kind of hotel that I'm creating. So for the tags, if you want your clients to, just sort through the different accommodation based on, for example, a room has a nice view, or a room has, this extra space, or for example, you want people to see room space. For example, it's a family room. You can create those different tags over here, and on the individual accommodation, you can already select that tag that applies to that specific accommodation type. Amenities, we have already looked at the different amenities, and here you can basically come and add new different amenities that are available to be added to different accommodation types. Attributes, imagine attributes as a way of you trying to add extra data to a single accommodation or to your accommodation. So for example, if you have different locations for a specific property or type, you can add that over here. And when someone is, for example, going to search on your website here on the form, you can add here the location field. So for example, you have different locations of this hotel, and here you can choose, hey, we have a Vienna location, and someone can say, hey, I want to only look at the accommodations that are in Vienna or the accommodations that are in Salzburg. So those are different cities. So if you have something like that you want to add, use the attributes feature. But that is only coming in the pro version of the hotel booking plugin. So under seasons, this is actually very important, because in the hotel business, we have different seasons. So for example, we have the summer season, we have the winter season, we have Easter season. So you can actually create custom seasons for your hotel. So for example, in this case, I'm going to say Christmas. And this is going to be a season that runs from, that is 1st November to 15th of January, something like that. And this season applies on all the days. And of course, to select these days, you're going to shift click and then select all the days. So we're only going to select the option to repeat annually. So for every new year, this, season will repeat. And here I'll say publish. Now, when we come over now to seasons, you see now we have a new season, and that is the Christmas season. Now, the beauty is that we can create a different price for a season. During Christmas, everyone wants to travel, so hotels tend to actually hike the prices because it's a very busy season. And that means that people will actually be able to pay different prices for the different season. So I have added a Christmas season. Now I'm going to add one for summer. So that is going to be summer. And that is going to run from May and it will end in, let me say, August. And that's it. So it repeats annually and that's all. And now when I come here to the rates, this is where the seasons actually have to make sense. So the purpose of these rates is basically to offer a different price for the same accommodation based on extra conditions. So for example, with breakfast, no breakfast, refundable or non-refundable. And for example, here, if we open up this refundable rate for the superior double room in this case, you see that we can choose a season. So we can choose a Christmas season or summer season. And like I've told you, in the Christmas or during the Christmas season, it is, a lot of traffic for the hotels. And here you can say, hey, during the Christmas season, I am going to offer for 2 adults and no children. The price is going to be, it's going to be 280 or 290, something like that. That is per night. And for every extra child, you can also set a price for that. Now, you can also say another season price. So the normal price, which we named as season for this case, will be just 250. And we can also add a new variation, and this is going to be for summer. And for the same accommodation and for the same accommodation and occupancy for summer season, it will be also 290. And that way we can also reorganize everything. So for instance, I can say the normal season, which is basically the normal pricing for your hotel coming first here. And then Christmas season will come just below here. You can just reorder this the way you want. So somewhere here. So this is a normal pricing for that accommodation, and for summer we have an extra pricing, and also for Christmas we have a different pricing. So since this is a refundable rate and we've added the refundable rates, and here we add a small description which appears on the checkout page when your client is checking out. You can as well add a variation. For example, this was a price per night, and if someone, let me say, has more than 3 nights, they can also have a different price for that, and all for the different other seasons. But this feature is only coming in the Pro version, and I'll be showing you how that works in the Pro version once we install it. So for now, I'll leave it as that. And now I'm going to say update the rate. And now if we go to the non-refundable rate, so if I come back here to rates, non-refundable for this same accommodation, so non-refundable for the superior room, I'll come back here and then I say non-refundable. This is always a bit cheaper. So I'll just say add a new season, and this is going to be a summer season for the same occupancy. This is going to be, instead of 290, it will just be 250. And the same when I add another season, which is going to be Christmas, instead of 290, it will also be 250. That's also here in the description. You can add a note, for example, in case someone wants to cancel the reservation, they can cancel, but we are not refunding any money to them. And here we update this rate. Now the rates go ahead and change based on the rooms, and just like that, you can come here and say add a new rate, and here you can say bed and breakfast, and then select an accommodation type. So for instance, family nature room, and here you'll add a description. And say create a rate. And once I create that rate, here I'm now able to add the different seasons. So normal season, and automatically here it pulls up the occupancy, which we said, and here the price per night. We are going to say, hey, what's the price per night for this room? It's going to be $450. And if the season changes, this is with breakfast, the season changes and it's summer season, we are going to say instead of 450, this is going to be 500. And we're going to do the same for Christmas season. So right over there, and that will be 500. and you see our description shows up there. You can change that and write whatever actually works for your hotel. The other thing I have to mention is that if you do not have different seasons and rates for different things, you can just set up just one flat season and have one flat rate that applies to the different rooms. And that means you'll have, for example, one price rate for the single room, and then the standard room, the family room, depending on how your prices flow. Now, when we go back here to our rates, you are going to see that now we have a rate, bed and breakfast for the family nature room. Now let's go and set a rate for just no breakfast for the family room. So we're going to say no breakfast. Accommodation type, family nature room. And create. And instead of someone paying $450, which is the normal season, they will be only paying $400. So in this case, if it's a family of 10 people and they were only paying $50 for breakfast, that actually makes more business sense than buying breakfast for each individual person. So anyway, here I'll add season, summer, and that is going to be, instead of 500, then it will be 450, and Christmas, that will be 450. Now you can go ahead and customize each and everything here to suit your hotel needs. And of course, we can go ahead and set up extra prices if they have an extra adult or an extra child that comes along on this booking. So now we have added the pricing for no breakfast for this family nature room. And here we can say update the rating. We have now looked at our rates. Let's go and look at our services. I have already shown you how to add an extra service, and we added this pet care service to our family nature room. The thing I've not shown you is how to generate accommodations. So now under accommodations, we are going to say generate accommodations, and we are going to generate, let me say 3 family nature rooms, and we shall leave the title section empty because it will automatically generate the title and the number of that accommodation. So now we have 3 accommodations that have been generated. Let's look and preview them. So you see we have family nature room 1, family nature room 2, family nature room 3. So when I come over here to the single family nature room 1, we have this setting that says linked accommodation. Automatically block current accommodation when the selected accommodations are booked. So now that means that, for example, you have a room that will have many people come to your hotel, and once you have this many people coming at your hotel, at the same time, you don't want that other people can book the other rooms. That is the setting, what it is saying here. So you can block all these accommodations, and that means that no one will be able to book those accommodations on your website once the family nature room 1 is booked. I don't want to do something like that. I just wanted you to see that that is also a feature in the MotoPress Hotel Booking. We can go ahead and generate more accommodations from the other accommodation types that we have. For example, the classic double room. So as you can see, under the accommodations for the classic double room, we only have 1. So if I come over here and say generate accommodations, or simply going straight here to the generate accommodations button. So here I'll say generate 4 classic double room or classic double rooms. So that means that now I'll have 5 of them on the site. So when I come here to view the accommodations, so I'll have classic double room 1, 2, 3, and 4. And here they are telling you these are the real accommodations, like the rooms or the apartment or the houses. So in this case, these are the real rooms that are bookable on the website. Now, once that is done, let's go to our website and try to, first of all, look at our family room. So right over here, we want to look at, of course, we have now a family room. So let me see if we can see here. So here is our family nature room. And as you see, the normal season, it starts at $400 per night, and it can accommodate 4 adults, 6 children. and it has a nature view, and it's 65 square meters, and that is what we entered on the single accommodation. Now when we open it up, this is our family nature room, and remember this was a thumbnail that we set up, and this is the excerpt text, and this is the room description and the extra images that we added for that accommodation. I love this. And as you can see, for 2 nights, it is starting at $800. And these are the amenities that we added for our accommodation. And it has this, view. So if we go here to our accommodation types and we open up our family nature room 1, you're going to see that under here, the view, under the other section, view, so we have a nature view, and that is what is appearing right over there. The size and the square meters, all that is mentioned right over there. So now let's try to make a booking for our family nature rooms. So let me say from that date, to this date, and we have 4 adults and we have 4 children, and then we search. The family nature room should show up, which is right over here, and maximum occupancy will be 4 children, or 4 adults and 6 children. And right over here, I have the option to reserve that room. So I say reserve, and as you can see, all the details come through here. I can select, add the number of adults and then the number of children, or in this case, there are only 4 children, added guest name. And we have a rate. So we have a rate where they'll have bed and breakfast, and that will be $900. Remember the extra $50. So under rates, and we come over here to bed and breakfast. You see for the normal season, which is not during Christmas season. And how do you see that? Because right over here, this is April. So this is not Christmas season, and it's not summer season. So the price is $450. That is with breakfast. And if you look over here, someone will pay $900 for 2 nights for this family room. And no breakfast, that will be $400 per night. And that is what we see right over here. So no breakfast, this rate, no breakfast, normal season, that will be $400 per night. And that is why we see here $800 per night. I hope that section for the ratings now makes sense for you. How do you set your rates? How do you attach them to a specific room? And now here, someone can choose to book additional services. We have pet care. You remember we added pet care as an additional service for our accommodation type, which is the family rooms. So family nature room, come below here. We have available services to book, and there we have our pet care. So pet care as a possible service, someone can book as an extra service for this room. All right, so down below here, we have the price breakdown, and that price breakdown will include the pet care and the car rental. And if I say, child care per day, so, and there are 4 children, remember, 4 children are checking in, or they are coming along with these adults, you're going to see that this price jumps up. So that should be now a different price. If I disable that, you see that also changes. And now here, your client will have to enter in their information, and then they'll be able to check out. All right, so later on in this video, I'll be showing you how to add the extra fees and taxes. For example, tourist fee, some cities do charge fees, and for example, the payment gateway fees, or the extra fees that you have to pay as a hotel. And you don't want to have this burden, so you can push it to your client, and they know that they have to pay for these extra taxes and fees. I'll be showing you that later on in this video. Congratulations on creating your accommodation types, adding seasons, rates, amenities, services. And apparently, when we go to, for example, our accommodations, we have our created accommodation right over here. And just like I've already showed you how to add everything right on this accommodation. Now, in the next part of this video, we are going to look into the settings, the general accommodation settings and everything. But before we go into that, let's look at this new feature called Google Hotels. So when we click over there, and brings us to this screen, and here it says Google Hotels lets travelers see your real-time rates and availability in Google Search and Google Maps. So let's do this. When I come here to maps.google.com and I search for hotels near me, right, so this is what Google shows me. So it is showing me the different hotels that are basically near me here, and it shows the different prices and the pictures of the hotels. So this is what MotoPress is saying, that, hey, you can actually see the availability of those rooms and accommodations on Google Search and Google Maps. So when we go here to Google Search and say hotels near me, you see this is what I am getting as a result. And also we have this other listing below here, which is also appearing on Google Maps. So that is what MotoPress is saying, and by enabling this feature, MotoPress will collect some details about your accommodations and send them to Google. There is no guarantee that your hotel will be shown here in the Google Maps, and make sure that your website is publicly accessible for Google to collect pricing and availability data. So for now, what you're going to do is just simply click over here and say enable, Google Hotels. And here we authorize Google to collect data for our standard single room, and the same we go to these other rooms, and there we go. So below here you have to select the lodging and category. So my property provides fully enclosed indoor accommodation with private and in-unit plumbing. So something like this, and it's not a vacation rental, it's a hotel. And below here, we have to submit a subcategory. So is it a motel, a hotel? So basically, Google tries to understand your kind of accommodation or your type of accommodation. And here it says, please select the exact location on the map. So here you probably have to go straight to where your location is. And once you pick that location, of course, not here in the ocean, but anywhere where your actual location is, then you move that marker right over there, and here it automatically picks up the address and all those details, which you can go ahead here and then edit. So once that is done, you can also add some additional information over here and then say apply. I'm not going to submit that for this hotel because first of all, it is a demo project, but I just want to take you through how you can do that in case you're interested to have your rooms or accommodations listed on Google Hotels or in the maps like this. Now let's go to the settings area. Under settings, we have general settings, we have admin emails, customer emails, email settings, and payment gateways, extensions, and then advanced. For now, we are not going to look at the emails. We are going to look at that later on in this video. And to go through the general settings, the search results page, we have to point it to the search results page, which was already imported for us, so we don't have to create that page. So right over here should be the search results page. Here is our search results page. And right over here, in case you create a custom page, for example, using the shortcodes, which I'll show you a bit later in this video, you can also point to that page right over here by clicking and selecting the exact page that you have created. Checkout page, yeah, we select the checkout page. In this case, it's the booking confirmation page. The terms and conditions page, we don't have one yet here. So I'll just go over here and say, okay, I think already a sample page. I have two sample pages, but I will just say create the page. I don't want to use Elementor to create this terms and conditions page. I'll just leave everything to be in Gutenberg, terms and conditions. All right, I'll come back here, paste my terms and conditions. So here, I'll just edit the name. Is that Punta Hotels? That's it. And then you can always adjust how you want this to look like and to fit in the terms and conditions of your hotel. Like, for example, the rates and all the other charges and specific details that you want to appear on your terms and conditions. Once that is done, simply say publish. And there we have a terms and conditions page. When I come here to our settings page and I reload, I should be able to see a new page. But before we go there, let's preview it and see how it looks like. So there is our terms and conditions. Now that we have set up or created our terms and conditions page, so we can close it over here and then come here to our settings page. I will just simply reload. And here under the terms and conditions, just look up for our terms and conditions page, and there we're good to go. Now, my account page is actually a page for, for example, when your website visitor or your client at the checkout page decides to create an account. So later when they come to log into their account, they will be having the My Account page. Now, at the moment, we don't have a My Account page because probably here it was not set that a guest will create an account at the checkout. But we can enable that and also create a My Account page for the guest. So to do that, for example, when we come here to shortcodes and we look up for account, we have what they call the customer account, and this is a shortcode for that. And if we come to pages right over here and we go straight to create a new page, so I'll say create a new page and say customer account. And right over here, we are just going to use a shortcode block and paste our shortcode and then say publish. That means that now when someone or when your client logs into, they'll have something like this. Beautiful, isn't it? So their name will appear and, the account details, for example, from their recent bookings. Now, once we are done creating that, we are going to come straight over here. First of all, save the changes because we had already added a terms and conditions page. Now, after updating, we are going to select a My Accounts page. There we go. My account or customer account, we call it. After that, let's move on to the next part, which is booking confirmation. Now, this is very important if you're running a hotel or this kind of business. You want either to confirm the bookings of your clients, either by email or by admin manually or by confirmation upon payment. Now, most of the time it is confirmation upon payment, but you can also make it by manually by an admin when, for example, your client, comes to the administration, to the reception on the day of arrival and they make the payment. So that is also an option. So for now, I'm going to leave it as confirmation upon payment. Now, on the other part, we have booking confirmation page. So this is a page which is already created to confirm the booking. And here we have time for approval. It's like a buffer time for every user that is given to them before making a booking on their website. So that means in the process of booking, they have 20 minutes to actually finalize the entire process. Here we can choose a country of residence field as a required option. And also we can say full address fields are required for reservation. And also, for example, customer information is required when placing, admin bookings. Now, we can check these, but I'll just leave the first option selected. Now, default country on checkout. Well, if your website is only, for example, operating in one country and you expect clients or majority of your clients to be checking out from that same country, here you can select a country. But for me, I would just say leave it on default so that it automatically adjusts to the client's, area or address. Now here, price breakdown, you want to have this unfolded so that it shows everything in detail, or you just want to enable that the client clicks somewhere and then it can unfold. We can just leave it unchecked. And then booking cancellation. So here a user can cancel booking via a link provided inside an email. We can check that. And also a booking cancellation page, we can set it up over here. So we have booking cancelled. And here we have another option, booking cancelled page. So this is the individual page where someone is redirected upon the booking being cancelled. We don't have that page. You can create it, but in this case, it's not necessary. Now, account creation, we have automatically create an account for a user at checkout. This is what I was talking about. Yes, this will automatically use the email address and also the names that they have filled in at the checkout form. And also allow customers to create an account during checkout. Yeah, we can say that. And also allow clients to log into their existing account during checkout. Yeah, you can enable those options. Those are actually good options. That is if you want that your clients are able to create accounts at checkout. Now, under the search options, we have to select the maximum adults. This is what is going to appear on the search form at the front end. So when I come here to the front end and I select under adults, I have up to 30 adults, and children, I have and up to 10 children. And that is what we are trying to set up right over here. You can also specify the age, age of a child, which is optional. So you can always probably add it in the terms and conditions, but you can also indicate it right over here. Now, search results, limit search results based on the requested number of guests. Yeah, as you saw earlier in this video, the search results were bringing even other rooms that are not actually matching the number of guests. So you can limit here that search based on the number of guests that have been added in the search query. Here you can enable the search form to recommend, accommodations according to the number of guests. And here you can enable that you skip the search results, when making the booking. That means the person goes directly to the accommodation pages. Now here we have the guest management section. So here you can say enable adults and children options on my website. By default, you can disable that. All goes back to how you want. So we have what we call the booking rules, and those booking rules are actually under here in bookings. So let me see booking rules. And under the booking rules, you can set the check-in days, checkout days, maximum. Let's do it real quick here. So check-in days, so you can say all these days are able to be checked in and done, and checkout days, all these days someone is able to check out. And minimum stay, you can say it is 1 night, so that is also a booking rule. However, if for example in summer you want that the minimum stay should be at least 2 nights, you can also set that up and say okay. So you can say they can have a minimum stay for all the other days with 1 night, say done. But in summer, it should be at least 2 nights. So change that to 2 nights and check all these and leave only summer selected. So that means we have added 2 booking rules about the minimum stay. Under maximum stay, you can choose to say, hey, for this specific room, maximum stay is this number of days. For example, the family room. So I'm going to uncheck this and say the family room, the maximum stays is going to be 5 days, and I uncheck all the others, and that's it. So under block accommodations, we can set that, hey, we want to block a specific accommodation because, hey, the accommodation is probably having plumbing issues and we have to make some changes, or the bed has issues and we can block it from a certain period to a certain period. And we can say no check-in, no check-out, and no stay-in. So we can deselect all of them or whatever, depending on what works for you. And you can leave here a comment why you have that accommodation blocked from being reserved or booked. Minimum advanced reservation. So you can say, hey, you can only do advanced reservation for minimum 10 nights. Depending on how your hotel works, that can also be set up right over here. And just like as it goes down below here, we have the buffer rules. So, well, if you need to add a buffer rule between the time when an accommodation has been booked or before, you can set that up here and say maybe 2 nights or 3 nights. That is not needed in our situation. Well, here I'll say save changes. Now we go back to our settings and back here to the booking rules. Remember, it was asking us if we don't want to apply the booking rules for admin bookings. Remember that the administrator has permission to make custom bookings, and that is, by the way, only available in the Pro add-on of the hotel booking plugin from MotoPress. Just like you can see over here, bookings, I cannot say add a new booking because it is only in the premium version, but I'm going to be showing you that later on in this video. Now, let's go straight down below here. We have the currency. You can set up a currency that your website is going to be using. You can set up the units of measurements for the rooms and also the check-in and check-out time that can be set up over here. I already took you through about the bed types, and for every room that you have, probably it has a different bed type, and you can easily go ahead and add the bed description right over there. All right, so once now we have set up our bed sizes, so we are interested in actually going to the next part, which is here, coupons. So we can say enable use of coupons. And where do you set up the coupons? So the coupons are set up under bookings, coupons, and right over here you can say, hey, first of all, it's telling me I have to enable the coupons, but yeah, we are going to enable that. So here we are going to say 15% discount. And here we can say returning customer discount. And this applies to all the accommodations. Select one accommodation and then shift click to select all the accommodations. And here it says % discount on accommodation price. And since this is going to be a % discount, it's going to be 15 here. And here it says, does this apply also to this other services? We say no, it doesn't apply. But if you want it to apply, you can go ahead and enable also a discount offer or this discount coupon to work on your extra services. And below here, we are going to say usage restrictions. So we can say that coupon code expires at a certain period of time or after check-in or before check-in, and then minimum amount of days. So these are the criteria on how you want the coupon code to work. I'll leave everything here on the default settings. And what I'm going to do is say save, publish, in this case, publish our coupon. And now, how does the coupon work? That's the question. We have to come back here to our coupons area, and we have to enable that. We have enabled use of coupons, and yep, so we don't have to get this alarm here telling us we haven't enabled that in the coupons area. And now we have the discount coupon code, which is 15. I think I should just make it 15%. So now we have a coupon code that our clients can always use at the checkout to get a 15% off on the accommodations when they are making a booking. All right, now back here to our settings page. For the default calendar view, we'll leave this at custom. We don't have to change anything over there. And for the text at checkout, you can always add a custom text at the checkout, and that will appear for every customer who is going to make a booking. Disable booking. So this will hide the reservation forms and buttons. And let me show you how that would look like. So in this case, the booking is going to be enabled, and let me show you how that would look like. So right over here, I am going to make a search, quick search over here for a room. And we go right over there and say reserve. So if we block our bookings, we will not be able to access this page. So when I come back here to our settings, and I say hide reservation forms and buttons, so that means that no one will be able to make any booking. I'll come back here to our hotel page. I'm going to search any day and say look up for a room. I say reserve. This should show me that the bookings are disabled in the settings. So that means that no one can actually make a booking on our website. So back here, let's enable our bookings once again, because we want that we are able to make bookings on the website. So here it is asking us to write any kind of text when we have the bookings disabled. So probably, hey, you are making some maintenance on the website and you don't want to shut it down entirely, but you only shut down the bookings. So you can leave a text for your website clients that you're doing some maintenance on the website, or you have disabled the bookings knowingly. Now, display options, availability calendar, display gallery images of accommodations page in the lightbox, display per night prices in the availability calendar, truncate per night prices in the availability calendar, display the currency sign in the availability calendar. Now let me show you how that looks like. I am going to save changes. Back here, I'm going to look up any date and I'll search and I'll look up for a single accommodation. So this is a single standard room and you are going to see something. You see that? We have prices, nightly prices that are showing up in our calendar right over there. So that is what we just enabled here. Display currency sign in the availability calendar. Yes, the currency sign is there, the US dollars, and also display per night prices in the availability calendar, which is right over there. So we can also choose the calendar themes. So at the moment it's on the default settings. So let me say Peru. How does that calendar theme look like of Peru? Save changes, reload here. How is the Peru one looking like? Well, that is how the Peru looks like. Let me just choose a dark red and we see how that looks like. So now we have a different view of the calendar or the calendar style at the moment. We don't want anything like this, so I'll just take it back to the default. So I'll just say default to the calendar theme. And then here we have the template mode. Choose theme mode to display the content with the style of your theme, and choose developer mode to control appearance of the content with custom pages, templates, and actions. We are going to leave everything here on the theme mode. Now down below here you see more styles. Extend styles option of the hotel booking plugin with a new free add-on, hotel booking styles. Now this is a plugin that was developed by MotoPress and it's basically a deeper integration of MotoPress Hotel Booking plugin with Elementor. And just briefly to show you how that looks like, so I am going to come over here to this other hotel booking site that I created. This hotel booking website also runs on MotoPress and everything here is built in Elementor, including this search form widget, what you see here. Now, to add this search form over here, we use an Elementor widget that is built by Elementor with that extra Elementor add-on that you saw right over here called the hotel booking styles. And just to show you over here, plugins, we have that plugin called hotel booking styles right over here, and it's by MotoPress. And if I go to the pages, all pages, and then I open up the home page, which is this over here with Elementor, you're going to realize that, hey, that is actually the widget that is coming from hotel booking styles that we use to add that widget right over here to our page. So when I select this widget, you see that it is a search availability form and it's in the horizontal format. And right over here, if we go to the widgets, I'll scroll way down below here. You're going to see that we have widgets that are coming from MotoPress Hotel Booking, and we have the search availability form, the search results widget, we have the accommodations type widget, we have the single accommodations widget, and that's all. So if you want to display your pages in Elementor and build everything by yourself, you can always use these widgets right over here. Just like you can see now, I have my accommodations showing up right over there. So that's just a quick one to show you how that plugin actually works and how it enables you to use specific Elementor widgets within your Elementor website. But now, specifically on this homepage, as you can see, they did not use the Elementor form to create the search availability widget. They actually used their own widget that they have in Gutenberg. And let me show you how that was added to this page. So when we come back here to our admin area for our website, which is Bunta Hotels, and we come right over here to appearance, customize, we have what they call the widgets, and they have what they call the homepage header. And right over there is where they added this widget right over here. So this is the widget, search availability widget. And of course, you can decide to see more of those settings for that widget, but that's it right over here. Now the question is, why didn't they use the Elementor widgets? Because the Albatross theme was built specifically for Elementor. That I don't know, but as it is here, right over here, it looks perfect. So in case you're building your own site, you can always go back and use the widget just like I showed you. Just like I showed you over here on this website, you can make the stylings as you want using custom CSS to fit the look and feel of how you want it to be. All right, now back into our settings for our homepage. So exit back here to our settings. We are almost through the entire settings page. So we have looked at how this MotoPress Hotel Booking styles plugin looks like. And what we have here is calendar synchronization and also calendar synchronization scheduler. Now, basically this section is about synchronizing your hotel or your property, website with third-party, platforms like Airbnb. For example, having your accommodations and rooms also listed on this website, and also like booking.com. So that means that you will have people book your accommodations from this website, and that will automatically synchronize with the calendars on your website to avoid overbooking. Now, this feature is only available in the pro version of the MotoPress Hotel Booking plugin. And with it, you can export your iCal calendars into those other online travel agencies and be able to sync your accommodations right with your website in real time. Now that we have looked into all the settings for our hotel booking website, before closing up this page, we have to save changes to make sure that everything is, of course, saved. And now let's go straight to this other section, which talks about payment gateways. Now, payment gateways are a way to get paid as someone who runs a hotel business. And we have different payment gateway and gateway settings. So general settings, a user pays a full amount. You can choose that the user pays a deposit of that amount. And you can choose that they probably pay a percentage. If you choose that someone is paying a deposit, then you can choose that they are paying a percentage or a fixed fee, which you can set right over here. But in this case, I want that my website visitors pay the full amount. And of course, if you set up, a deposit, then you can set a fixed amount or an amount that they have to pay, whether a percentage. And you can, put a deposit frame, for example, 15 days or whatever condition that you set. And then here you can say force secure checkout. So this forces the HTTPS when someone is checking out on the checkout page. Now here we have reservation received page. So here you can select a page where it shows that, hey, actually a reservation has been received. And you can also set up a page which shows that the transaction has failed, and the default payment gateway, you can select it from here. But in this case, we haven't yet enabled any payment gateways. So I'm going to save changes. And now, first of all, to be able to collect payments, you have to make sure that you set that, hey, a booking is confirmed once a payment is made. And that setting is made right over here. So when we come back here to the general settings and booking confirmation, confirmation mode, confirmation upon payment, then there you are able to go ahead and make changes in your payment gateways. So we can enable different payment gateways in the free version. So test payment, payment on arrival, bank transfer, and PayPal. So here you can say enable the payment, add a description and instructions on how someone should use that payment gateway, and save changes. Payment on arrival, we can also enable it over here, and these different payment options, our website visitor will see them when they are checking out. Same for the direct bank transfer. Here we can put our bank details and bank information and be able to make the payment. And your website visitor will be able to make the payment following those bank instructions that you added right over here. You can also actually add a payment instructions email, which is over right here, and you can customize it based on how you want it to be. For example, here it says, dear, the customer first name and the last name, we received your payment request reservation. And here it goes on and shows the booking details, the booking ID, the check-in and check-out time, the rooms that are reserved, the price that is to pay, and all that stuff. So once that is enabled, so you enable it by checking that box, save changes. And now let's go to the other payment option, which is most liked by most people, which is PayPal. So if you are able to receive PayPal payments in your country, so you can enable that payment over here. Of course, you can also enable the sandbox mode to test out the payments before you make your website go live. That can also be enabled right over here, and then you can go ahead and test out PayPal payment. So below here, you can set a fixed transaction fee or a percentage transaction fee. Now that is based on how much PayPal charges you for each transaction. So you can also reflect it over here, and that is being paid by the client. Now here you add your payment email. So for instance, and here we can say save changes, and that's it. We have enabled PayPal as a payment option on our checkout page. Now, the other payment processors right over here, they are only coming in the pro version of the hotel booking plugin. And I'll take you through that just in a while. Now, under extensions is where you can find all other extensions from the hotel booking plugin from MotoPress. And those extensions also include an extension like WooCommerce payments. So for instance, if you do not have or do not accept any of the payment platforms over here, you can set that up through WooCommerce payments, which gives you even much more payment processors or gateways. And you have to purchase that extension from MotoPress. I think it's about $100. And then you'll be able to enable more other payments for your hotel website. Now, when I come here to hotel booking extensions, these are all the extensions that you can add to your hotel website. So specifically, I was talking about the WooCommerce payments, which is over here. It's about $100, which you pay yearly. That means that you'll get this WooCommerce payments plugin, and you'll be able to, for example, add different other payment gateways on your website. And some of those other payment gateways can be cash on delivery, bank transfer, different card processors, and all these other payment gateways. Now, the other plugins or the other extensions that you can add include, for example, hotel booking payment requests. So you can auto-collect full payments or manually upon request. So you can send a payment collection, email to your client, and they can actually pay through that payment collection email or payment request email using this plugin. And then they have Price Labs. I'll be making a video about this Price Labs integration to see how it helps you to automatically update your property rates in MotoPress with prices from Price Labs. And we have the hotel booking and Mailchimp integration, and there's hotel booking multi-currency, hotel booking reviews, hotel booking checkout fields in case you want to customize the checkout fields of the hotel booking plugin. You can get this plugin to customize further those checkout fields. Now, those are some of the extensions from the hotel booking plugin for MotoPress. Under advanced settings, we have the REST API, which we can generate and then be able to actually, one, to get developer access to further develop on top of the hotel booking plugin. But two, they also now developed the hotel booking app, which you can access on your Android or Apple device. And that means that, let me show you how that works like. So I'll name it as Bunta Hotel App, and I'll give this as the user and permissions read and write. I'll say generate API. So now I have a customer key and I have a customer secret key and a QR code. Now on my phone, I will open up the App Store, and then I'm going to look up for hotel booking, WordPress, or WordPress hotel booking. So I'll search that up, and it shows up over here as hotel booking for WordPress. And I'm going to say install or get this app. And I'll double click to confirm. And then I'll open. So this will ask me for a domain, a key, and a secret. or I can simply just scan the QR code. So point the QR code on my screen and automatically it fills in all the details, and then I say submit. Now what you see already here is that I have a calendar, I have, the bookings here added from my website, I have the payments, if there are any payments that will be made, and I can log out from my website. So that means that you are moving with your entire hotel website on your phone. You can manage bookings, you can actually click over here and add bookings or search for bookings. So for example, I have 4 adults and 1 child. From this date to that date, so I can just say and then say search, and I see is there any kind of room. So let me change that and say save. So now I search and see if I have any room. So here we have a family room and we have 3 different rooms, so I can decide to book them into this room since they are 4 adults. And then here I can enter in the name and the details of this client, and then I can book them in. So here I can say so I'm booking in a client who is having 4 adults and 2 children, and I am booking them into this room. That is something I'm doing from the admin on here using the app from MotoPress. So now when I come here to, let me say, bookings, all bookings, you're going to see that I have a new booking which is confirmed. I booked in 2 adults and 2 children, and this is the email and this is the customer details. Just like that, through the phone, I'm able to run my hotel booking business using a free app and a free REST API that I have access to. That can't get any much better. Love this. And this is, by the way, coming in the free version. Let's go and look at the checkout page and to see which payment modes are actually accepted right over there, because we enable the test payment, payment on arrival, bank transfer, and PayPal. Let me use a private browser. So here in a private browser, I'll come here and look up for a room. I'll search that. Now here in the search results, I'll say reserve this room. And as you can see down below here, we now have the option to use a coupon code because, hey, we have a coupon code that we created. So I'll add the coupon code here. So let's see if the price is going to break down. So that is 15% off. So to use this coupon, we have to have a valid number of adults, which is supposed to be at least 1. So come over here, select, and here I'll add Brian as the client. And here we can choose between the refundable or non-refundable rates. I'll leave it as under the non-refundable rate. And then here we say apply our coupon, and that should be able to apply successfully. And it has applied, and as you see, we have a 15% discount. Here we can go ahead and add and the notes in case as a client I want to notify the hotel about different things. I can write them over here. And you see now we have the test payment enabled. We have the payment on arrival to pay with cash. And right over here is a direct payment transfer. So right over here, someone will have to follow the instructions, make your payment directly into our bank account. Please use your booking ID as your payment reference. And now remember, they will also be sent an email upon selecting this option. Remember, under the direct payment transfer option. And for PayPal, we are going to use this demo card number and the CVV because we enabled it as a test payment as well. This is what I'm saying. We enable this sandbox mode, and that is why it's providing us the demo card details or the demo card number and the CVV. I will test with a payment on arrival. So payment on arrival, that should work out of the box without any problems. So reservation confirmed. And these are the details for the reservation, and that's it. So for the other payment modes like PayPal to checkout, Braintree, and all the other extras like Stripe, that one you have to follow a specific guideline, and I'll be leaving links right down in the description of this video. Alright, so we have gone through the entire section of our settings except the email section, which we shall come back to a bit later in this video. And we have also looked at the extensions bit and also the advanced part over right here. Now, there is one more part, which is the language part right down below here. And what MotoPress does, or what MotoPress is saying in this section, is that you can help them translate this plugin into your local language. And for example, you speak Brazilian, you can help them to translate the plugin, and you can have it work locally in your language within the admin section and also in the front end. However, if your website is multilingual and you want to offer content in different languages, well, you can also use multilingual plugins to translate your website so that your website visitors can switch easily from the initial language to the language that they are comfortable with or the language that they speak. Now, I have already made a video about translating your WordPress website, and you can go ahead and watch this video over here on how you can turn your WordPress website into a multilingual website, for example, to show content in other languages, Germany, English, Italian, and all that. You can just watch that video to take you through step by step. I'll be leaving the link to that video in the description of this video. Alright, so now that is done, we already looked at the shortcode section where you can come over here and look up for a specific shortcode that you can use on your hotel booking website or in a section or in a page, just like we did for the My Account page right below here. Great, now let's go to the bookings area. This is the most important part of this tutorial. Not actually for the tutorial, but you as a hotel manager, you want to know where your bookings are. If someone makes a booking on your website, where can you find the booking? So here comes the booking IDs, the status of the booking, the check-in and check-out dates, the number of guests, the customer info, and you can also go ahead and expand each of these bookings, which I've shown you a bit earlier in this video. You can go ahead and make changes on each individual booking that was made. You can add booking notes. You can send email confirmations, like send a copy of this approved booking to the customer, and you can also make changes to the booking right over here. Once you make any change over here, for example, if you change this to abandoned and update or to cancel and update, that means that also the client will receive an email upon that. Now let's go and look at the payment history. Here it will show you the payments that have been made, the booking ID, the customer, the status of the payment. And for example, this payment here is on hold, and for some reason it could be because the client wasn't able to check out. So you can always come here and see which option they chose. And here they have chose payment on an arrival, and that means that this payment wasn't made. So still under the payment history, we can say add a payment. In case someone comes to the store directly and makes a payment, we can select to add a payment and then add the kind of payment they made, manual payment. And here we can choose the gateway mode. This is not important because it's a manual payment, which is probably made at the shop. And here over, we can just say the amount. Here we can simply ignore the gateway fee because we didn't use a payment gateway. We can choose the currency and also a transaction ID if we want to add. And then here we attach this payment to a booking ID, which is already made. So that means that if you make a manual booking on your website, like I'm going to show you later on in the pro version of this booking plugin, then you can also attach a specific payment to that booking ID by selecting it over here. In case you want to add manual payment information for the client, you can go ahead and add it right over there. So let's go to the booking calendar. So here under the booking calendar, you'll see the availability of your rooms. So here it will show green color if the room is booked. It will show this yellow if someone has probably booked the room and has not yet made the payment. External means that someone has booked this room, but through another platform, for example, Airbnb or hotels.com or bookings.com, because if you integrate your website with the online travel agencies, then you will have this added here in your calendar if someone makes a booking from that end. Blocked means that, hey, that accommodation is blocked and cannot be booked. Now let's try to see from our calendar which rooms are available. So I can say entire year, we see how that would look like. Yeah, so we have some bookings, like over here, we have one booking from this client. And once you click over there, it will show you the booking ID, the check-in date and check-out date, and the customer details right over there. And also this over here, which is on hold, so which is actually pending payment in this case, it shows up in that color and it shows all the details from that booking. Same here, this is a confirmed booking and it shows those details from that client, just like I earlier mentioned. Now under the customers tab, this will be like the database entry or the table that displays the customers or the people who have, booked a residence or an apartment or a room at your hotel, and the data will be saved right over here. Coupons, I already took you through how the coupons work and how you can create a coupon for yourself. Now, booking rules, we already looked at this, so I'll skip the booking rules and let's go to taxes and fees. Taxes. So in different countries, there are different taxes that apply to accommodations. So for example, in Vienna, there are charges for local accommodations tax known as Ortstaxe, and it's 3.2%. And this tax applies to all temporary lodging, including hotels and apartments. Now, there can also be other local taxes and also the already known taxes, which is called the VAT, value-added taxes. So all those taxes can be added right over here. So let me say this is fees, but I don't want to add a fee. I want to add a tax. So this is going to be VAT. Value-added tax, it's going to be 18%, and that's it. And then service taxes, so we can say, I don't know, it's a service tax, a hotel service tax, if you charge that. And maybe this is not a percentage. Maybe you also charge a service tax of like 3%. And maybe you also charge accommodation taxes. So let me say this is going to be maybe a 3% per guest per day. And that means that if it's an adult, you can charge a different tax for that. And if it's a child, you can also charge a different tax for that. So if you only charge per adult, so this is a label accommodation tax per guest per day, and for an adult it's going to be maybe €3 or $3. That is per guest per day, per accommodation per day, or per accommodation percentage. So if I say like for per accommodation percentage, I can say let it be just 1% for the specific accommodation the client will be booking. Now there is this option over here where you say show accommodation rate with this charge included. That means that at the checkout, the client will not have to see that they are actually paying an accommodation tax, but it will be automatically included in the room rate, which you don't want to be in this case. So I'll say done. So basically that's how you set up your fees and taxes. And for example, if you have a different fee for the payment gateway, so for example, payment gateway, and you want to have everything added right over here, you can also decide to set up a fees that you are paying for, let me say processing fees for the payment gateway. And you can say per accommodation percentage, and I can say maybe I only charge a 0.9% per accommodation. So there I save changes. So these are my entire fees and taxes that I charge on the rooms for this specific hotel. Now the option for syncing calendars, that is in the premium version, and I'll be showing you that just in a while. So we are going to look at the fees and taxes. So I'll make here a random booking and search, and let me see. Wow, this is, now you see that on the price of the room, we are automatically seeing the extra fees and taxes the client will be paying. Now, if I say reserve this room, which is already recommended, here I'll say 3 adults, and here I'll say John. So you see we have a non-refundable fee and a refundable fee, which is below here. But now we are mostly interested in the price breakdown. So if we say show, so here is the price breakdown, and here we have selected the non-refundable fee, 3 adults, and they are going to stay for 29 nights. And this is the price for each night. And then we have the total for the accommodation. And then we have the accommodation taxes, which is a percentage of the accommodation total. And then we have the other fees, which are the payment gateway fees, which is also a percentage. And then we have the total for all the fees, which is 65. And then we have fees and taxes. We have VAT, which is 18%, I think, or something like that. That is also added over there. And then we have a subtotal for all the taxes and fees. And then we have a subtotal excluding the taxes here. And then the taxes over here, you have to pay this amount, and the total is this amount. And that is how your client will end up having to pay all this money, which is also including the taxes and the fees. Therefore, if you are wondering how you can include taxes and fees on your hotel booking website, well, that is also already included in the MotoPress Hotel Booking plugin. Moreover, in the free version. Right, so we have now set up our taxes and fees, and I think we have done a lot of back office. That means that we have done our accommodations and we have set up everything right over there. We have set up our bookings and how the bookings work like, and the coupons, booking rules and all that stuff. But how do we actually set up the homepage? How do we set up these pages? How do we have the different page elements on the page? The room to show up like this, and how do you add the different services? How do you set up your header? How do you set up your footer? How do you add this newsletter form here? How do you add the Google map, which is missing right over there? So basically, to customize and own the website for it not to look like this, but to look like something of your own. Now, to get started, we are going to go back here to the dashboard, and we are going to start from appearance, and we go to customize. So under the customize section is where you can set up your site identity. First of all, the logo, you can change the logo from here by clicking right over there and select the image of the logo. So this can be a custom logo created by your designer, or you can go to platforms like Fiverr. I'll be leaving a link right down below to Fiverr. I think you get a discount of about 5 to 10% on your purchase, on your first purchase on Fiverr, to get someone to design for you a logo. But if you already have one, that is where you upload the logo from. And here is where you add your site name and site tagline if you have any. And here is where you select your site icon. The site icon is this small icon that you see appearing here. This is a WordPress icon, but if you add your own site icon, it should be 512 by 512 in size. If someone designs for you the logo, they'll be able to create for you the site icon as well. Now, colors is where you define your website identity, and here you can choose the colors of your website. So choosing colors for your website is one of those daunting tasks. So because some colors can immediately clash with others, so you need to find tools like, for example, this color hunt, which helps you to actually look through different color palettes and you choose colors that, work with one another in harmony. And, you can choose colors and then okay, this is going to be the main color and then this is going to be the accent color. And then you can go ahead and copy here the color codes and use those color codes right over here. And then you can play around to see that everything looks nice and neat on your website. I'll not be changing the colors that we have selected on this theme. I'll leave it as it is. So we don't have anything under the header image. And also we don't have anything under the background image, but you can set that up if you want like a background image on your entire website. Under the menus area, so we have 3 places where we can set and select menus. There is this section under the customizer, but also there is a section which is under menus directly under dashboard, appearance, menus. And here we can choose, for example, here we already have a menu called contacts, header flat, and there is one called footer, which is the menu that is probably appearing in the footer of our website. So this over here is a menu that is appearing in the footer. And then we have primary, and that is a primary menu that has the about, and under the about there is about the hotel, the contacts, the contact us page, the gallery, hotel amenities and restaurant, and that you find right over here. So back here, if you see, and then we have the section for rooms and for news and typography, and that is what you see: rooms, news and typography. So going back here, you see if we select the socials header, and that is the one that has Foursquare, and it has the Tripadvisor logo, and it has the Instagram link. That is what you see right over here. And then the one that we saw at first, which was the contacts menu, which is over here, which just has one menu item, which is a page called Contact Us, and that is what you see right over here. That is the same when you come over here, you see menus, we have contacts, it has one page called Contact Us, and then footer, that is the same that is over here. Primary, that is everything that is under the primary menu, and the socials, just like I already showed you. Now, back here, we have what we call the widgets. Now, these are widgets that you can position in any area of your website. So they hold content. In this case, we have the header 1 widget, and this widget is appearing in the header. So when we open up over here in our menu, you're going to see that we have this widget here. And then when we go back here to header 2, we have another widget that was added, and that is the reservation widget, just like you can see here. The beauty is that when you're in the customizer, you can just click on any of the items and go straight and edit those items. Now, this is the header 3 widget, and you can change this email address to the email of your hotel. So in this case, if I delete this, I'll say reservation at buntahotels.com, and I'll make it a clickable email link. So there we go. We have an email for our hotel, and just like that, we have edited our menu widgets in the header. Now the footer, we have different widgets also that are appearing in the footer. So we have the logo, which is here as a widget, and we can also replace that image by clicking over here, say replace image, and then you can select one of the images from right over here. It should be transparent because we already have a background in our footer. So, and we want that logo sits properly well right there. Then there is also the footer 2 widget, which is also the one over here that has the address and also these icons right over there. The other one is the footer 3 widget, which is this over here that is having the menu, which is the menu we already saw, the footer menu. And then lastly, we have the reservations in the footer 4. So in other words, we have 1 footer, 2, 3, 4 footer widgets right over there. And these change depending on the theme that we are using, but specifically for this theme we are using, it has these 4 widgets. Now we have what they call the front page header. Now this is something that I already showed you, and that is the widget that is right over here. So when you click on it, that is the search availability widget that was added on this website. Now to add the search availability widget, like I've already shown you, we can add it using an Elementor widget. We can also add it using a widget from Gutenberg, like this over here, but we can also add it using a shortcode provided by the MotoPress team. So under Accommodation, Shortcodes, we have the search availability widget of form over here that you can add using a shortcode to your pages. So it doesn't have to be using only the widget here, but you can also use the shortcode on the page, just like I showed you on the My Customer account page that we created. Now, once you are done, just save changes. And now we have looked at the widgets. We have what they call the homepage settings. This is where you display or select what your homepage will be. So in this case, from the drop-down, you select the homepage, and that means that Google will see it as the homepage. And that page, you have to have created it already. So if you come here to pages, all pages, and then I say, where is my homepage? It is over right here. It is built using Elementor. If I open it up with Elementor, this is how our homepage looks like. Just like that, we have the already created elements from the theme, and we have these other elements from Elementor. And lastly, we have the other elements from the theme right below here. These are the widgets that I just showed you how to add from the customizer. You can also set the post page. The post page is the post archive page in case you have any news or updates that you make on your website. This is where you set the post archives page. You can also do it under the settings. So right over here, settings, we have what they call the reading settings. You can also set that right over there. Once you change it here, it also reflects right over there. Now we have what they call the theme settings. There's what they call the page header, the enabled animations over there. So here we have what they call the front page slider, but that is not an active feature at the moment. But I'm going to show you briefly how the slider was actually created. And then we have where we set the blog style and also the footer copyright text. That is the text that you see right below here. So in case you want to change that, that is where you can change it from MotoPress. And then for example, you can add reserved at Punta Hotels, just like already added. And then you can choose the font size, how big it should be, and then designed by that company or yourself. Or in case you don't want to add that part, you can just remove it entirely. It would look something like that if you removed the rest of the entire code or snippet in this case. I'll put it back and then publish my updates. So the question is, how do you set up this slider here on the home page? This is something already inbuilt in the Albatross theme. And let me show you how you can customize what you see over here. First of all, you can set up or change how the response of the slider is by coming over here to under the page slider. You can change how the animation runs. So the slideshow animation right over there. And if you have a video and you want to use a video, you can select and add the video here so that it can be the video that displays right over here. But for now, how do we change the content that is appearing in the slider? So to do that, we are going to come back here to pages, and you see under the home page, we have some sub pages. And these sub pages are the comfortable rooms and welcome to design hotel page. Now, these are the ones that are having the content that is appearing in that slider, just like that. And this one, just like that. Now, let's create just one to add it real quick. So I'm going to come here, add a page. All right, so here we add the name of our page and we give it a short description, and we are going to choose a featured image. And let me just come over here and select a random image. And that image I've selected will be one of these images here. And the short description will appear like this. And then we also have the title of the page. And here we're going to say it's going to be a sub page under the home page. So how do we set that? We come over here to parent. And here we search for home page, which is this over here. And that's it. So home is the parent page of this other page. And then I'm going to say publish. And once I publish, I'm going to come here to preview this page. You see how it looks like at the moment. And it has this short description. And it has also our image in the background. Now, when we go to the home page, we have to see this page in the slider. So I'm going to click and then click. And there we go. So we have our short description. You can go ahead and reduce the size so that it's not that huge. And now when I reload, we should have something a bit more fitting. Yeah, something like that. So that's how we add our slider to the home page. And if you want to add more sliders, that's how you can do it. And alternatively, you can just go back and open any of those sub pages under home, change the content, add the content that you want, and that content will show up right over there. Right, so we have looked at how we can customize the header, the menu, navigation, and all the items under right there, and how our slider is moving and the content in our slider. We have looked at how we added our search availability form. Now let's go and see how this content here was added. And guess what? All that content was added inside here in the Elementor editor. As you can see, it's basically the Elementor editor. We started with a section, and that section has different 2 columns, and each column is having content. So there is one with the image, and there is one with the heading text, which is the text for reading and the content. The same for this other container right over there. And there is this other heading widget, which is actually appearing in the first section. There is a section which is just in between this section and the other section. So this is the first section. This is the first section. And we have the third section. And that third section is this over here. But in the middle, we have this one, which has first class service. So when I rename this first class service, and I remove the I on that, you see that that disappears. So in case you want to change that, you can come over here and say, instead of first class service, I can say, and here you can go ahead and say, let me increase the font to 250. That's a bit too huge. 210. Yeah, something like that. So, and also, since this is Elementor, you can easily add widgets. You can, for example, this is a flexbox. I can add widgets that are flowing in one direction or the other. So in this case, I can say add an image here. I can say add a title here. And I can choose that this is flowing in not vertical direction, but in a horizontal direction. I can choose to align this content in the middle of the container. So to do that, I just have to come here, align items, just like that. And I can choose to duplicate this. And I can also add a container right within that first section. So I can come here and say, well, add a container in here and move everything within this container here. And then everything now looks to be moving in the vertical direction. And of course, I can add text in that. So I can remove this and I can come over here, grab some text, come over here, add that text, grab a heading, come over here, add text for the heading, come over here, add an image. We already uploaded a couple of images. Add that image right over there. Select the entire container to give it some padding. So from here, you see they gave this 130, top, bottom 100, 50 on the side. I can do the same. Padding, disable this, 130. Then we have 50 on the right and left. And we have 100 at the bottom. So just like that, and I can decide to reverse this. So I can select the container, and then I can come here to layout, items, direction, and I can say row reversed. Just like that, we have made our image face the other side. And of course, if you do that, then you have to add some padding. Like here, we have some padding from the image. So for example, this was no idea how that was made, but what the idea is that you have to give some padding to this. So I can say, let this image just take up maximum width of just 60%. And I want it to be aligned on the left-hand side. Something like that doesn't look as pretty as it should have, but I can decide to use a portrait image. So maybe that would look much better. So this is the portrait image, and that looks way different and much better. So that's how you can play around with the widgets in Elementor and how you can customize your different page elements. You can delete, for example, if I don't need this, I can delete the section. And also you can import different sections that are designed from other pages into this section. For example, I can say copy this and come over here, add a new container and just say paste here. You see we pasted content from another section of our website, just like that. I'll delete that and hope that now you have an idea on how to add, edit and remove content on this page. Good thing for you is that all the stylings were set up for you, so you don't have to struggle with anything. Well, the other thing that you're going to notice is that some widgets are actually not from Elementor or are not made by Elementor. And that is because there are widgets that were added in here that are coming from what they call the Stratum widgets. And those Stratum widgets are widgets that are developed by MotoPress. And those are the ones that you see right below here. So there is a timeline widget, price table, a Lottie animation, and all these other widgets right below here. Now, those are coming from the add-on from MotoPress called Stratum. And in case you cannot find some widgets right here, for example, if some of those widgets are only coming in the Pro version of Elementor, you can just scroll down below here and look up into the Stratum widgets, and probably you could find something that you are looking for. Now it's time for us to set up our newsletter so that we have our form over here, and also that we have our Google Maps showing up over here on our homepage. How do you do that? First of all, let me first publish, in this case, update. And we are going to exit right over here to the customizer. And we are going to come over here to Stratum. We have what they call settings, and we have what they call API. And here we can set up our Google Maps API key. Now, to get the Google Maps API key, you have to sign up with Google and be able to add your payment details. And if you're not going to use a lot of requests for the Google Maps API, you don't have to pay anything. So to get the API key, just click over there on that link, and that will take you straight to this page. So once you sign up and log into your Google Cloud, there you are able to access your API keys. I'll come here to keys and credentials. And here is where I can pick up my Maps API key. And right over here, I'll say show key and copy the key right over there. Come back here to Stratum, paste the key. Once you have your API key added, just save changes. Now, when we go back here to our map, so come over here to our pages, reload our homepage, we should be able to see a map right below there. Now, the beauty is that we can go ahead and customize how this map looks like. from this design. So when I come here to our home page, so home page, reload. This is in the Elementor editor. Scroll way down. And when we select here our map widget, you see we have a single map. You see we have a single marker enabled, and that is the marker appearing right over there. And here we can say zoom and pan interaction, and we can say enable zoom and pan, disable zoom and pan, or prevent zoom and pan. And here you can add the latitude and longitude of your hotel. How do you find that? Just come over here to Google Maps and look up for your hotel where it's located. Let me assume it is any house anywhere here. Let me say this is the address. Just copy this, come here in your editor, and then paste your latitude here. Grab your latitude, paste it. Grab your longitude and also come here and paste it. And that will take you straight to that address. Same you're going to do for the map marker settings. And this is going to be your marker. So I'll first paste the longitude and then come back here and paste the latitude. And now our marker will come and show right over there. Now, the other thing is that you can add the street address over there. So for example, when someone clicks on the marker, they will be able to see the address, and that can be added right over here manually. So let me say, so that could be your hotel address and you can add it right over there. So that's how you can customize your map and marker settings. Alternatively, you can also say map controls. You can say street view controls. You can enable the street view controls, and that will add the street view guy right over here. And also map type controls. So that will give your website visitor an option to decide which kind of map they are viewing. So for example, map marker control. So here you change the terrain, I think that's how it's pronounced. And you can choose to display either satellite. But if you disable that map type control, they will not have that option right over there. And also full screen control. That is if you want them to be able to show the full screen. Anyway, that's how you can customize your map. And lastly, here you can decide to choose the map theme. So there is the Google standard theme, which is that over there. And you can choose between night, dark, retro, silver, and standard. I think really a map feature is very important for a hotel so that people can know exactly where the hotel is found. And they have also these other styles right over here. But I think I'll leave it to the standard one. Other settings is, for example, adjusting the height of the map on the page. 650 looks good. I'll leave it at that and then say publish. That means that we have finally configured that we have a map on our website, which is custom and pointing to our hotel address. Back here to the front end, when we reload our page, just see it has adjusted and it displays our address when someone clicks on the marker. And also it has this ninja right over here, which is the street view in this case. All right, so let's go and now configure our opt-in form, which is connected to Mailchimp. So Mailchimp is basically an autoresponder, and also it helps you to send out newsletters in large email contact lists. And you can do that by, first of all, collecting the emails from your clients who want to receive newsletters, and then you can start sending those newsletters right within Mailchimp. Definitely, you can set up and integrate with another provider. You come over here to plugin area. You can look up for another provider and connect it with your hotel website. But in this case, the team at MotoPress provided this plugin which integrates with Mailchimp, and that is what we are setting up right now. So when I come to Mailchimp and I say login, first of all, you should have a free account from Mailchimp, and I think you have about 500 free subscribers on your email list. So there I'll say, and what we need from Mailchimp is basically an API key, which we are going to add right over here under settings. Come to Mailchimp, and right over there we'll add an API key from Mailchimp. And well, they have sent me verification. So here is the email from Mailchimp with a verification code. I come back here to Mailchimp, I add the code and then say submit. And now once I log into Mailchimp, I'll just go to one area. Of course, this is not a tutorial about how to use Mailchimp, but basically if you decide to grow your audience with Mailchimp, let me know down in the comments if you want to see a full tutorial from Mailchimp, how to create campaigns and manage newsletters and the audience. Now that we are into our Mailchimp dashboard, we are going to come here to our account, and here we're going to come exactly to account and billing, and there is a section called extras, API keys, and from there we are going to look up for an API key that we want to use. So in this case, we are going to say create a key, and this is going to be Bunta Hotel or Bunta Hotels, create a key. And there we are, we already have a key from our Mailchimp. And basically this key is to help you connect your website with Mailchimp so that when you receive new opt-ins or when people subscribe to your newsletter, that those people automatically join your list right here in Mailchimp. So from your website straight to your Mailchimp newsletter list. So basically that's how we have edited our homepage and been able to show you all the way through how you can customize each of these individual sections on your homepage, and also how to integrate with a newsletter. So here your website visitors will be able to add a name and the email, and then they subscribe to your newsletter. And then right below here, we're able also to add the map. And I also showed you how to customize the entire footer. Before you close up this part of the tutorial, let's look into the other pages that we have on our website. So first of all, we can either just come over here to the menu and then say, let's look at the about page. And that's how the about page looks like. And if you want to see or edit the about page, you can either just come over here, edit with Elementor, or just come here straight to the pages area, and you have what they call the about page right over there. Open it up. There you go. So we have the about page, we have the page content right over there. And you can go ahead and change the images just like I showed you earlier. Click over there, change to whatever image that you want. Change the text by clicking into the text, and change the text to something else that you want. And also, if you want to delete a section, just click just like that and delete the section. Now, the same applies to all other pages that were made in Elementor. So in this case, we have the about page, which was created in Elementor. We have this accommodations page. We have the contact us page, were also made in Elementor, gallery page, front page, hotel amenities, and restaurant and bar. Now, for example, for the contact page, because this is also very important, you would like to make changes on the contact page to make sure that this contact form actually sends emails to the destination. So in this case, it is using a shortcode to the contact form 7, which is the ID 24. So let's look that up. So we have here our contact form 7 plugin showing up in the menu. And so it's a different ID that is showing up over there. But we can say create a new contact form, or we can edit this existing contact form. And this is the shortcode. So in case you want to replace this contact form, this is the shortcode that we can add right over there. And then you'll automatically have that contact form showing up here. Now, the thing is, you can go ahead and decide which kind of fields that should appear on your contact form and what labels will appear. So this is the label, for example, for label for your name, label for your email, label for the subject, and here is a submit button. And that is what you see right over there. If we happen to try to add the other contact form shortcode, which is this over here, let's see how that looks. So there is no difference according to the design and look. They look to be similar contact forms. Now, the thing is, with contact forms, you have to, for example, if you decide to use the first contact form, you have to come here to the mailing settings and then make sure that when someone uses this contact form, that the to email actually reflects the email that you actually have access to. And in this case, it's echoing to the site admin email. And that site admin email is the email that you already have right over here. So that email should be accessible to you. Alternatively, you can change that up and just write here a custom email without using this shortcode. And then here, the from emails, so here it will echo the site name and then echo where the email is coming from. So this email will be coming from your WordPress website. So first of all, you write the name and then the domain of the website. Then the subject here, it will enter the site name. So in your inbox, it will show the site name and also the subject. So the subject, which was added right here by your website visitor. Now, the other part is, we have these other additional headers that you can add the reply to in case when someone sends you the email, when you hit reply, you can always reply to your email. So which is the field that is right over here. So you'll be replying to the email of the person who sent you this email from your contact form. Now the message body will appear here and also you'll be able to receive this message body in your inbox. Now, if you want to change those placeholders, you can look up over here and replace those placeholders the way you want. And here are more email setup instructions for specifically the Contact Form 7 plugin. So if you want to go ahead further, this is where you have to go. Now also the message area, in case there is an error sending the message, these are the errors that will appear and you can customize those errors just from right here. Additional settings can be done right over here in case you want to add custom code snippets over here to customize how your contact form works. Those can be added right over there. So that is how you can go ahead and customize your contact form on your contact page. And also you can go ahead and edit these contact details that are on your contact form to reflect your address and your location exactly, as well as the image right over here. For the map, you also have to come here and update the longitude and the latitude addresses of your map. Same for the marker, and also add these details or the street details of your hotel, just like I showed you earlier in this video. Once you are done, just make sure that you save changes. Right, so let's look at the other pages that we are not created in Elementor, because those pages also exist. So for example, we have this second accommodations page. So when I open that up over here, you see it's having the accommodations. And when I say edit that page directly, so it opens up in the Gutenberg editor. And just like that, you see that page only has the MotoPress rooms and they have a class of horizontal. So that class specifically wants that those rooms appear in a horizontal listing, just like this over here. Now, the other thing is that this page is having styles that have already been applied from the theme settings. So the only thing that has to be added are the accommodations, which are added over here. So the background is already added initially and the accommodations are simply being listed right over there. The person who wants to view the accommodation can go and click and view the single accommodation. Now, where is the individual single accommodations? Actually, I don't like how this is looking like. I have to go back to the calendar and change that style. So So I have my calendars looking pretty nice. Yeah, this looks much better. This looks much better. So that is the layout for the accommodations page that was created using the Gutenberg editor. But we also have the layout that was created using the Elementor editor. So back here to pages, all pages, I'll just open that up with Elementor, which is right over here. And I think in the settings, you can always point to the page that you want to use or the one that you prefer. So we have this layout. It has two columns. On the side, there are the accommodations, and on the other side, there is this search availability widget, and also these other widgets with the terms and conditions and everything. So that goes back to which one you want to point to. They are both listing the same accommodations. Of course, also the other pages, like for example, the book confirmations page, which was also created in Gutenberg, and there they just simply added this shortcode called MotoPress Hotel Booking Checkout. And the page is done, so nothing more. If you reach here on the booking confirmation, that shortcode will pull up everything and display it right over here on the page. Before we close up this section of the video, I want to highlight this shortcode over here, which is called the multiple availability calendar. A good number of property owners would also like to have a possibility to just display an availability calendar for different properties. But also it would be nice for the customer when they visit your website to be able to see which properties are available and on which dates, just in a single view. And for example, if I open up here my homepage, so I'll go back here and just say, where is my homepage? Edit it with Elementor. And once it opens up, right over here, I add like my multiple availability calendars. So I'll just say, give it a name, come to our shortcodes and come to multiple availability calendar. So I'll just add right over there. And inside here, I'm going to drop a shortcode widget. Add it over there. I want everything to be centered. Wait. I want everything to be centered, and I want it to have 150 top and bottom, 50 side and left. And everything should be centered. And here in the shortcode widget, I'm going to add my multiple availability shortcode. And then I say publish. Now, when I go to my homepage, I should be able to see a calendar showing multiple property availability. So this right over here. So this shows the standard room calendar, shows the classic double room, like the availability of those rooms on my hotel, so or on my property. And someone can just continue clicking. And if they are, for example, gray, that means they are not available on those days. And if they are showing green, that means they are available. And if they are fully booked, then you'll see a red right over there. I find this widget, or I find this shortcode really, really useful. And probably most hotel owners would also appreciate having such a possibility. And of course, you can go ahead here and sort through the different months to display that multiple availability for the different properties right straight away here. The one feature I want to bring to your attention is that in MotoPress, your website visitor is able to reserve multiple accommodations in a single session. So let's try here to do like, I want to reserve an accommodation in the first week of April. So for example, 1st April to, I don't know, 5th of April, one adult, and then here I search. So instead of saying reserve, I just come over here and say book. So I can say book 1 accommodation or 2 accommodations. So for example, book 2 of those. And then I can come down below here and say book this one also. And I can come here and I say book this one also. So then I say confirm reservation. And this takes me to a checkout. And this checkout, you see it's having different accommodations. So we have accommodation 1. We have accommodation 2, we have accommodation 3, and we have accommodation 4. So each of those accommodations, you have to fill in the different, for example, this is going to be 1 adult, it's going to be John, and we have to choose the rate that we want for that accommodation. And the second accommodation, we want to say Gloria. And then we are going to have the book extra services. Accommodation 3, we select also Derek. That's a guest name, and maybe for him, he wants to do non-refundable or refundable rate in this case. And probably he wants extra services. And the last accommodation, we are going to say Fred. And already the price is selected, or you can select the price and no coupon code is applied. So down below here, you see the price breakdown for the first accommodation, second accommodation, third, fourth accommodation. And the booking notes in case I want to add any. And then here I'll say I've read and understood and say book. And here we come, our reservation has been made. Here are the booking details. The booking is here. This is the booking number. The check-in date and check-out dates are right over here, and the amount that has been paid. And when we come here to our dashboard, you are going to see under our bookings, all bookings, that we have this booking right over here. When we say edit, you are going to see actually that we have booked several accommodations. Just all at once. In total, there are 8, and these are the details of the person who made the bookings, and the extra details for the price breakdown are added right below there. So in the next part of this video, we're going to look into the pro features of the hotel booking plugin from MotoPress. See you right there. In this part of the tutorial, let's look into the pro features that come with the hotel booking plugin from MotoPress. Well, first of all, we have to get the pro version of the hotel booking plugin. We have been using this free version, which you can get freely from the WordPress repository. And that is what has helped us to add accommodations and also manage bookings and also a few of the payment modes that are possible. Now let's go and see what is possible in the pro version. And to get the pro version, just use this link over here. That's an affiliate link. And it's my affiliate link, which I get a small commission on a purchase that you make from MotoPress. That doesn't add any extra cost to you, but hey, it shows that you love the work that I'm doing. So over here, we can go ahead and look up for the MotoPress Pro version, which is right over here. And you can get it for a yearly fee of $140 US, and that is for only one site. And you can get it for $200, which is a yearly price for 25 sites. And that means that you not only get the opportunity to add pro features that I'm going to show you in this video, but also be able to receive the updates from them once they make any changes or, something that makes the plugin work better and in a more improved version. Now, what we are going to do is, or what you can do is come over here and say purchase, and then go straight to the checkout, and then go ahead and make the payment. I have already purchased my pro version of the hotel booking plugin, but you can just proceed over here and make the payment, and then you'll be able to access the, the zip file that you'll be provided. And then you'll be redirected to a page like this that will have all the licenses that you have built. By the way, they also have what they call the hotel booking or the lifetime bundle, which you can get plus extra 9 add-ons like I'm going to be showing you in this video. For example, the payment request add-on and also the WooCommerce add-on and all these other add-ons. For example, also the invoice generator add-on, which I'll also be demoing for you in this video. All these will come in the lifetime bundle. You only pay once and use on one site for about $800. But in this case, we're interested in this hotel booking add-on. So just click over here and then download it. Now, once you download it, you'll be able to go to your plugins area. And inside your plugins area, you'll just come over here to say add a new plugin. And right over here, you'll say upload the plugin and then look up for that plugin in your downloads folder. So for now, I've located my downloaded plugin. What I'm going to do is say install. And now what it will do, it will prompt me to delete one of the already existing plugin, because remember we have the free version installed on our website. And that means that we have to deactivate one of the plugins, in this case for MotoPress. Other plugins require you to have the free and pro version both installed. For example, here for Elementor, for me to access the pro version of Elementor, I have to have the free version of Elementor and then install the pro version of Elementor. For the MotoPress plugin, which is for hotel booking, I have to delete one of the plugins. So in this case, I have to delete the light version, which is here. So I'll say delete. And once I have it deleted, then you see that that notice has disappeared. Now we are able to go ahead and use the pro version of the MotoPress hotel booking plugin. Maybe you have already noticed that some things have changed. For example, the URL of the website has changed compared to the URL that we've been using earlier, so which is this URL. But just to take you briefly, so I created a new website using only Elementor and my favorite theme, which is the Astra theme. And later on in this video, I'll take you briefly how you can create a website like this from scratch using Elementor and your favorite theme or the theme that you want to use, unlike what we earlier created using the demo content and the theme and the plugins that were recommended from MotoPress to build this website. So that's why you are seeing that there is a change, and I'll be taking you briefly, like I've already said, how I built up everything you see right over here. Now, to go ahead and try out some of the pro features from the hotel booking plugin, what we are going to do, first of all, let's go and look at the payments. So right over here in accommodation, let's go to settings. We can go to payment gateways. And right over here, we have the test payment, payment on arrival, direct bank transfer, PayPal. These were in the free version and were fully accessible. Just like you can see over here, we have all these payment modes. However, we were not able to access other payment modes like to checkout, Stripe, Braintree, and Binstream, which are the extra others, and those required you to have the pro version of the hotel booking plugin from MotoPress. Now, since I already have in this other website, I have reinstalled the pro version of the hotel booking plugin. Now I'll be able to access the other payment gateways, that is to checkout, Stripe, Braintree, and the others. So first of all, Stripe will require you to first of all enable it over here. And then in this case, we're going to enable a test mode because we also want to test how Stripe probably is going to work on our website and to make sure that the test payments are working. And then add a title for what the client will see at the checkout, add a description of what that payment mode will do, add a fixed transaction fee if anything, if there is something like that. I know when you check with Stripe, you'll see what kind of transactions they are going to charge for your business. And then here for a percentage fee if there is one. Then you'll have to add a public key, secret key, and webhook. Let me take you through that briefly. Now, to find your API keys, when you click over here to find API keys, it will take you to a documentation just like this over here. And when you follow this documentation, it will show you where to log into your dashboard and to find those API keys. Now, I already have everything set up and I know where that is. So here is a dashboard. So in this case, I have already created my, test API keys and then the secret keys. And what I only had to do was to copy the test API key, come over here and then paste it over right here. And then came back here, copied the secret key, which is down below here, and then pasted that secret key right over here. Now for the webhook secret key, you can click over here and then follow the guideline as suggested over here. And since I've already set that up, I already have everything here set up. So under webhooks, You see, I already have a created record over here, and for you, you can just come over here to set up a listener and then go ahead and add the things that you want to collect from your webhook listener. For example, here you can go ahead and add your events. So for example, something called charge, and then you can select, for example, here you can say charge captured, or for example, charge failed, charge expired, charge pending, and then charge successful. Let me see which others. Successful and pending, failed, and expired. So you can add this so that you can track once a transaction is successful. For example, when I come over here, you can see that I have this charge succeeded over here because the transaction was successful, and you can see the logs right over here. That is if you're interested in the details. So once you are done setting up your public secret key and public key and the webhook secret, so now you just fill in those right over here and then select the payment modes that you want to enable on your website. Now for people who are selling within Europe, or if you have clients in Europe really love to pay with SEPA, direct debit, and also Klarna. So if you have these options actually activated on your checkout, yeah, more chances of selling. So make sure that you save the changes. Now we are going to go to the front end and we test out our payment gateway of Stripe. So at the moment, remember everything is still in test mode, so there is nothing really to worry about at the moment. Anyway, what we are interested in is that we are able to see those transactions appear here in our Stripe dashboard, and let's go test that out. So I'm here in a separate browser on my website, and let me try to look up for an accommodation from this day to that day. I think let me just start from June to, let me see, 20th, and then we are 2 adults, and then search for an accommodation. So it says 2 accommodations were found between this date and this date, and yeah, it says there is this one over here, and of course it says there is a smart solo room and also a panorama rooftop studio. Here there are the pictures that I can look at, and also there is one here for panorama. This looks really nice. Maybe I go for the panorama rooftop studio. So here I can say book 1 accommodation. So I'll say confirm reservation, and that will take me to this page over here. I didn't style up this page because there was not so much time to do the custom styling, but like I'll show you later on in this video how you can add styles to such pages to customize the look and feel to what you need or what you want. So here select the adults and then add the names. And here there is the option to choose extra services. That is if you've added extra services as options for your clients to choose. So I'll add 2 extra services, and here I'll go ahead and add the information. I'll go ahead here and add the client information in the country, and the client can also add here some, notes, which probably if they have a special request or what they want to inform you about their booking. Now at our checkout page, you see we have PayPal, we have Stripe. So let's try Stripe. So I'll select Stripe in this case. And just like you were seeing here, it already added the extra fees someone has to pay. And that includes the transaction fee, which is a flat fee, and also the percentage fee someone has to pay. Those are the things that we added on our Stripe setup page. Now here it's asking us our card number, but our clients can pay with bank contact, they can pay with Idea or Ideal, Giro Pay, and SEPA Direct Debit. So let's choose the card option, and we're going to add this demo card number. And let's add CVV here, which is 123. And here you will just add any valid, expiry date. So I'll put 2030. And the zip, I'll just add any 5-digit number. So that should work. And here I'm going to say accept terms and conditions of the hotel and say pay now. This should be successful, and it should also be recorded in our Stripe account. And that means that we have set up Stripe successfully. Beautiful. So our reservation has been received. These are the booking details, and that's all we wanted to know. And the payment method they used was Stripe. Now let's come back here to our dashboard and let's go to our bookings. So let me see, bookings, all bookings. We should have the new booking right inside our dashboard. This is here the new booking, which is George Tabisu. If I go into the edit option just to look at the details of this booking, you see they booked the Panorama Rooftop Studio, which is the number one in our accommodations. And these are the details for the client, what they filled in at the checkout. And this is the total that they paid. Just like that, it looks beautiful and it works. Now let's go and look at our Stripe dashboard if that payment was recorded. So I'll just come over here, reload. So just like that, it looks like we have the payment already showing up over here. So let me see transactions. So we have this transaction, which was 1,162 euro, successful. And when I open it up over here, so it shows all the details about the payment. The payment succeeded and it was paid using the card via Stripe as a payment method. And also here it shows the client name and the contact email. So that's how you can enable these other payment gateways for your hotel booking plugin, which is from MotoPress in this case. Now, once you are ready to go live, just deactivate this sandbox mode, come back here to Stripe, and then switch from test or sandbox mode to a live mode, and then you are good to start selling or to receive bookings. Still talking about payment gateways and payments, there is a tool from MotoPress or an add-on from MotoPress called Payment Requests. Now imagine someone came here and paid using a direct bank transfer or maybe payment on arrival. Now you want to send those people a payment request probably a number of days before they arrive at the hotel. And you can do that using the payment request add-on from MotoPress. And that is one of the other add-ons that I have in this hotel booking bundle, which is called Hotel Booking Payment Requests. And this plugin comes for $100 yearly. And that means that you'll allow your guests to secure their bookings by paying the full or remaining balance in a certain number of days before arrival. And that means you can just email the payment balance request link automatically or manually, and then they'll be able to check out. Now, the thing is at the checkouts, they'll find those already enabled payment gateways to make the payment. Let's see how that works in reality. Now, when I come here to, for example, where is my plugins area? Plugins, add a new plugin. I'll come here to upload the plugins so you can, after purchasing that plugin from MotoPress, right over here, you will have it here in the downloads area, and just click over there and then it downloads on your computer. I already have it downloaded, so I'll just upload that plugin. So there is my payment requests add-on. Install it and then make sure that you activate the plugin. So we have our payment or hotel payment request plugin added right over here. So what next? We are going to come here to our settings and accommodations. We have what they call extensions. And then we have what they call payment requests. Click over there. Now here we are going to enable our payment request plugin to be able to work on our website. So first of all, we are going to enable automatic emails, enable automatic payment request emails to clients in regard to the booking balance or the full balance. Days before check-in 7, you can adjust this to what you want. Payment request page, this has already been installed or created on our website. And here you can say which kind of emails you want to be sent out. Balance due request email, you can disable this. You can make changes to these placeholders. This is for the booking ID and this is for the site or your website title or your website name in this case. And then the header of that email will be payment request, and this is the payment request. So the payment request will have their client's first name and then the last name, and then they are contacting you because of this booking number and they want you to pay the balance. And here it will list the booking details, the booking ID, the check-in and check-out time or date, and then the total price and the balance that is due. And it goes ahead, but if you want to make changes, just click over here on the email tags, and there you'll be able to customize or replace some of those email placeholders, just like you see here. Just look over here what you want to copy. For example, customer country. Click over there, copy that, and then paste it wherever you want. And that means that it will be picking up already from the booking details that your clients, added on your website when they were making the booking to show the right data. Now, going ahead, we have the other option called deposit request email. And same idea, you can go ahead and, customize those emails, just like the payment request email, just like the payment confirmation email. Now, that means that if they go to the checkout page, make the payment, they'll receive this confirmation email. So let's go and check out how this actually works like. But before we go check it out, you have to activate your license of this payment requests plugin in MotoPress for it to work. So you just come over here to MotoPress, and there is a section which will have the license keys, and just copy this license key, come back here to your website, and then paste that license key over there, and then say activate license. And once it's activated, it will show that the license is active. The other thing that you have to make sure that you have access to is the email that is here. Of course, you can also add multiple other emails to people who you want to access a copy of these emails. Now let's go and see the payment request in action in this case. So what we are going to do is we have to come back here to the bookings, all bookings, and we have to spot the booking which the client didn't make the payment. So I'm going to come over here. There is this abandoned booking, and I'm going to say edit the booking. And you see here, first of all, we have to make sure that, the client left us their email. Of course, they wouldn't actually check out or make the booking without giving us the email, but just make sure that that is available. And then what we are going to do at the moment, first of all, we have to confirm the booking, because when it's not confirmed, then there is no way how we can send a payment request. So we are going to update. And once we update, you see we have a new, widget over here saying payment request, because this payment was confirmed, but actually the client hasn't paid. By coming over here, we can say send, balance due. This means that the client will get, a payment request to pay this balance right over here of 121 euros in this case. Now, what we are going to do is, let's say send. Now it has sent the email. Now, since I'm the client at the same time, let me go to as a client, check my email. And as you can see, we have a new email that just came in, payment request. And it is saying payment request, dear this client, we are contacting you in regard of this payment of 121 euro, and the client can pay now. Now, once they click on this link, they'll be taken to the checkout page. And let me just copy that link. I'll paste it over right here in a new separate tab. And this is how it breaks down the price. So first of all, payment request, the booking details and the check-in and checkout time, the room that was booked, and the payment. And first of all, it was abandoned, but now we have confirmed it, and now the client is able to make the payment. So here they will be able to select from the already active or enabled payment gateways on our website. And in this case, I'm going to just use Stripe once again. I'll just come over here, say submit payment. Our payment has been now received. So we have used the payment request add-on to be able to request this specific client to make a payment for a booking they made on our website. Now, how about if you want them to pay a deposit of the booking? So back here into our bookings. So for this specific booking right now, the payment has been made. Let's go and look up for another booking on our website, which needs our attention. So there is another one here, which was abandoned. I'm going to say edit, and I'm going to come over here. First of all, confirm the booking, and then update. And then we are going to ask this client to just pay a deposit amount. And to do that, we are going to come below here and say payment requests, and we're going to say either a percentage or a fixed. So a fixed fee of, let me say we want them, what was the, they had to pay us 686 euros. Let's say we want them to pay 300 euro. Should we do a fixed or percentage? Let's do a percentage and just say 50% and say add payment request and say send payment request. We want them to pay a 50% deposit in this case. All right, so when the payment request comes in, you will be able to access the payment page right over here. And then at the end of the day, remember, we are only requesting a 50% payment of the total amount, which is this over here. So we shall go ahead here and select, Stripe payment, and you see the client is only paying just 50% of the total payment. So I'll add here Stripe details and then add the card number and CVV and everything, and then submit the payment. And congratulations, you have already collected a 50% payment from one of your clients' booking, and this is the confirmation. The payment has been sent now to the client. Meanwhile, you receive all details on all these transactions. So I'll come here to the email account of me, the administrator, and you'll be able to see all the payments that are coming in and all the transactions that are happening on your hotel. So in this case, we have just collected a payment, and you see we have collected a payment of 343 euros for this specific booking. So basically, that's how the payment request add-on works like. In case you don't collect full payments from your clients, and maybe you want to collect a specific payment from your client, or maybe they already made the booking, but somehow they wanted to also book an extra service, you can just create that service, add it, and send a payment request for that. Still talking about payments, bookings, and all these transactions, there is something I want to also let you know about. So MotoPress realized that, hey, there is a problem between bookings and invoices, because some clients want invoices for tax purposes. And previously, when someone made a booking, all they got was the booking confirmation email and probably a payment email from their payment company, but that is not really an invoice. So the team at MotoPress actually thought about that, and they were like, hey, why don't we make an extension that allows you to automatically invoice or send email invoices as PDFs to your clients that make bookings on your website? And that's actually a very cool idea. So here it is. It's a yearly payment of about $90 US. And that means that once your clients make payments on your website, they will also be able to get invoices. So let's see how that works in action. Back here into our plugins area, we're going to say add a new plugin, and we're going to say, add that plugin, and we're going to upload the plugin. So I have already purchased that plugin, which I have over here with its license, Hotel Booking PDF Invoices. I'll be leaving a link to it right down in the description of this video, so please check it out. So now I'm going to come over here and then say choose a plugin, and then install, and then later activate the plugin. All right, so we have here our hotel booking PDF invoices. And now to enable it on our website, let's go to accommodation settings, and let's go to extensions. And we are going to come over here to invoices. And here is where we can customize how our invoice is going to look like. So at the moment, I am having a title for the invoice. That means, when someone receives this invoice, this is how it's going to look like. So in this case, it will have invoice, but you can say invoice, let me say Go Alive Hotels Invoice. And then here you can, decide how your invoice format is going to be like. So in this case, it starts with a number and then this / and then the invoice ID. You can look over here and customize those tags. For example, you can change how you present months, how you represent digits, and how you want your invoice sequence to be like. So this is a sequential ID, and that is what you see right over here. So go ahead and customize that as you want. And you want to start, the starting invoice ID. It's going to be starting with the ID number, which is 1. So here, let me say maybe it starts from 001, and then the company name. Of course, if you have the company logo, just click over there and then add the company logo. Then the company name, the company information right over here. And if you have any additional, information you want to add to that, and you go ahead and add it over there. And then the invoice link on confirmation page, it says add a link to a PDF invoice to the booking confirmation page on your website. So that is once someone makes the booking and the booking is confirmed, they have a link to see the invoice. Add the license key, and that license key you get from MotoPress after purchasing the plugin right over here. And lastly, activate the license and then save changes. Now let's go and see how this invoice works like. So coming over here to bookings, all bookings. And when you hover over one of the bookings, you see we have this option called invoice. And once you click on that invoice option, it will take you to the PDF invoice. And here it has the name of the hotel. So go Alive Hotels. And this is the information we added earlier. And guess what? So we have the name of the client. This is from the booking itself and the details. And the invoice number is this number, which is the year, and then the slash, and then the booking number. So the booking number becomes as the invoice number for that specific booking. Makes sense. Then here it breaks down, the expenses and everything, including the payment modes and all that stuff. So that's one way to view the invoice, but also you can open up the booking itself. And when you scroll down below here, it says generate invoice. You have this widget, and here you can say generate the invoice, and that will bring you back to the screen where the invoice is now generated for that specific booking. Looks good, right? Let's go and see how this invoice works like if someone makes a booking on your website. So let's go here, make a very quick, a random selection of dates. I don't know, for adults. And right over here, I can say there is no actually recommendation for 4 adults. There is no room for 4 adults or room that can accommodate 4 adults, but here it recommends just some rooms. Maybe someone can book multiples of this, and then every person will have their own room in this case. So I'll just go ahead and say reserve. And the good thing with MotoPress, like I've already shown you earlier in this video, you can do multiple reservation of the same accommodation in one checkout. And that's pretty neat feature. Okay, selected pay by Stripe, enter my card details, and say book now. We have to see the invoice on the booking confirmation page. So we have to be able to have that link, and you see the link is right over here. So it pretty works out of the box. And when your client clicks on that link, they are taken to the invoice because they have already completed the payment of their booking. And that means they can access an invoice to show around for their tax purposes and other reasons. Meanwhile, your client also receives, a booking approved email and shows all the details of that booking. Meanwhile, MotoPress has another convincing feature, which is to do with accommodation payments. And this add-on here enables you to add separate payment gateways for specific accommodations. And here it's called Hotel Booking Accommodation Based Payments. Now, the purpose of this is like, for example, you have a website, but it has properties from different people, and those people have different ways they want to receive their payments. So you can enable, those different payments for specific accommodations. Unfortunately, I don't have access to this plugin right over here, but I wanted to let you know that that is also a possibility with MotoPress Hotel Booking plugin. Now, one of the other features that we enjoy from the Hotel Booking plugin Pro, or the Pro version, is that we are able to make call them direct or manual bookings from the back end. Initially in the free version, when I came here to bookings and then I say all bookings, you would see that I don't have access to make those bookings within the back end. But in the Pro version, I have that feature activated. And when I come over here to make a search, I'll look up for, I don't know, from 1st May to, I don't know, to, 6th May. And then let me say we want a family room and we are, I don't know, 3 adults and 2 children, and then search. So this should list the available family rooms. Yes, we have family nature room 1, 2, and 3. And I can say, okay, let me reserve for them this family nature room 2, and then say reserve. And it can accommodate the number of people that want to come. And then here select once again. And then the guest name, which they gave me on phone call. Let me say this, guess what's Jasmine. Jasmine Rockstar. And then in case they wanted any additional services, I can go ahead and select, some of those services over here. And then what else? Right over here, I'll have to feed in the additional information. These details are not required unless there is a star, so you don't have to enter them in case the client also didn't give you those details. And here I can say status is confirmed. Now this is the total amount of the booking, including the taxes, and you see that is what is showing up over here. I can say book now. Now the email that is added over here will be the email of the client. So the good thing is that we can also make changes to that content, that information, even after making the booking. So let me just change that to another email and then say update booking. Now the client should be able to receive an email for this custom booking that I just made. And guess what? Here is the email of the booking that has been approved. And here are all the details, the client name, Jasmine Rockstar, and the accommodation details right over here, and all those details. Now, the good thing is that, hey, since we are using MotoPress Hotel Booking and we have the payment requests plugin, we can also say, hey, send them a payment request. And so we can say, request a payment, a % payment, or maybe a fixed payment of 100 euros, and then say add request. And then we say send. And here comes the payment request email for the booking. And you see, dear Jasmine Rockstar, we are contacting you regarding an outstanding payment of 100 euros balance for your booking. And here is the payment link. And those are the details. Once they click right over there in the payment link, they should be redirected to the payment page, just like I showed you earlier in this video. Here you go, and then they'll be able to make the payment. There's one more thing that we have to talk about, which I would like also to bring to your attention, is the fact that you can synchronize your hotel website with external online travel agencies. And that is because MotoPress makes it possible using their calendar synchronization feature. So when you come over here to settings, just scroll way down below here and then look up for the calendar synchronization and the calendar synchronization scheduler. Now, previously in the free version, that feature wasn't active, just like you can see over here. But now here you can, select the options that here work best for you, set the clock for syncing the calendars and what time interval you want, and then save changes. And now the other thing you have to do is to export those calendars to the external online travel agencies, bookings.com, Airbnb. To do that, come over here to bookings, come to sync calendars. And here you can say synchronize all calendars. You can download a calendar right over here. You can export. You can just submit your URL. When you click on this specific room, for instance, this one, you can add a calendar. And on the other hand, you can just come over here and say import a calendar in case you exported a calendar from an external platform. And basically, that's how you can make sure that you don't have overbookings on your website because you have something on bookings.com booked or from Tripadvisor or from Airbnb, and you have no idea how to get everything working. Now, the good thing is that with the mobile app, which I've already shown you earlier from MotoPress, you are able to see also the bookings that have been synchronized from external travel agencies onto your website. Now, in the next part of this video, we're going to talk about emails and DNS settings so that your website client is able to receive emails once they make a booking on your website, but also that you are able to receive those emails in your inbox once your client makes a booking on your website. See you right there. All right, so you have your perfectly designed hotel booking website, probably seated on your local host or on your computer or in a sandbox environment, and you are wondering, hey, how do I take my website live? How do I get a domain? How do I make sure that my emails are working and reliably accessible for my clients in their inboxes? And you are wondering, how do I set up everything? Yeah, that can seem kind of like overwhelming, but I'm going to take you through that briefly, how I set up everything in this case for my Go Alive hotels. This is the one that has the MotoPress Pro plugin, and it is currently hosted and everything is set up, including the emails and hosting and making sure that everything works perfectly well. Now, to get started, to find a domain name, well, there are many domain name providers out there, but in this case, I got my domain from Cloudflare. So they also offer domain registrations. And once you go to your Cloudflare, which is also a CDN provider, so here you can get a domain name for a very low price, so about $10 US. So when you come over here to buy a domain, just look up for a domain name here, Go Alive Hotels 2.com, and then search for the domain. Of course, registering for an account on Cloudflare is free, and searching for the domain, do it just like that. And then once you are happy with the domain, you just click over there, say purchase the domain, and you'll be able to fill in all the information for the registrar and make the payment with PayPal or your credit or debit card right over here. And once the payment is accepted, when you come here to domains overview, you'll see the domains that you have active in your Cloudflare account. And once you click on your domain, the one that you just purchased, it will show up right over, just like this over here. But in this case, we are mostly interested in the DNS section because this is what we are going to need to make sure that our emails work perfectly well. Now, once you have purchased your domain, the other thing that you have to make sure that you have is getting a business email and also getting a hosting provider. You want your website to be accessed by anyone on the internet. At the moment, I use Cloudways, or I'm using Cloudways to do the hosting of the website. And at the moment, my website is right over here, or this is the application for my website. And in case you are wondering how Cloudways works, I have specific dedicated tutorials on how to get started with Cloudways, how to, create a server, how to add applications. And that is not something that you should struggle with. Everything is well documented. And I'll be also leaving a link to those videos in the description of this video. Once you get your server and then move your website here, or you have been creating it on Cloudways, just come over here to the domains area and then say add a new domain. And there you'll add the domain name that you purchased. So for example, Go Alive Hotels 2.com, and then say save changes. Once you add that domain, it will appear just like this over here, and then say make it primary. And then here you have the option to make it primary. So you make primary the domain that you want to be using. Now, in the videos that I'll be linking down in the description of this video, we'll show you everything how to set up here. So to make sure that your domain that you purchased from Cloudflare points well to your Cloudways application, which is this one over here, you have to make sure that you update your DNS. And to access a DNS settings, first of all, you need to have the IP address for your application, which is right over here. And once you copy that IP address, just come over here to the DNS record and add an area code, which has your name. The area code is A and the root is the website name, or just use root or add for that website, and then add the IP address of your server, and then save changes. And then also create a Siri code, which is this over here. And for people who are trying to access your website using www, they'll also be able to access it just like this over here. Now, still in the videos that I mentioned that I've linked in the description of this video, that will take you step by step to set up everything just like you see over right here. This is basically an overview. And now here, once you have that set up, just come here to your domain. So once again, domain, and make sure that you make this domain primary. Now, the other thing you have to set up is an SSL certificate, because this is required to be able to process payments on your website. And Cloudflare offers a free SSL certificate, and you don't have to struggle with that. So just come over here and then add an SSL. The same you can also get from Cloudways. They also offer free SSL certificates, so you can do it either way. Also, the videos shared below will show you the process how you can enable that. Now, the other thing that is very important is having a business email. Just like you can see over here, we have an email created called alive@goalivehotels.com, where you can manage your business emails. Of course, you can also set up that you receive all these emails, for example, from your Outlook or your Gmail account. Also, a video for that is linked in the description of this video. So everything is there, so you can set up following everything step by step. Now, to get the business email, you just come over here to integrations within Cloudways, and there is an add-on here called Rackspace Email, and you can purchase a mailbox for just $1 per month, which is for your business, and then create the mailbox. For example, you want, and then here create the password, and there you'll be able to create a mailbox, and you'll have different mailboxes. But for these mailboxes to work, you have to be able to set up the DNS. So first of all, to add these records here into where your domain is hosted. So in this case, mine is here and is hosted on Cloudflare. Now, the other thing is that you have to verify your domain. You have to make sure that you verify the domain with Cloudways. Cloudways wants to make sure that you own that domain. And to do that, you come over here to view all, and you have to come over here to this add-on called Elastic Email. And here there is something called view and verify domains, and here you can add the domain name and verify it. Verifying the domain will enable that, hey, you have all these fields added in the DNS records, which is right over here. Once you add those details here in the DNS, then when you say view verified domains, your domain will be verified and it will show that those records have been added to your DNS, just like you can see over here. Don't mind about the tracking because that I didn't set up, but everything else is working perfectly neat. And these are the most important details, that the SPF, DKIM, MS records for the emails, and the DMARC record, that they are verified. Now, once you have this set up, that is the most important thing. You also want to make sure that you get a package that you think your website will use. For example, how many emails do you expect to be receiving every month? And here you can select from a package and say maybe 3,000 emails, and that will be about 30 cents a month. So that's really low compared to other providers. And those emails will include all the transaction emails. For example, when your client makes a booking on your website, when you receive a booking, when you receive a transaction notification, all those are transactional emails and they are catered for in this package. You can always come back and change that package the way you want. Now, the other thing is that you have to make sure that you have binded this Elastic Email service with your server. So when I come over here to Mrs. Servers, and when you look here on my server, I have the option or new option here called SMTP. And here you can say I want to bind it with Elastic Email as my SMTP. SMTP is a protocol that helps you to send outgoing emails and they are delivered to your clients' inboxes. Now, once you have this all set up, you have to come back here to your website and come to plugins, and you're going to add an SMTP plugin. There are many providers out there, but in this case, I just decided to use the same Elastic Email Provider SMTP plugin. So Elastic Email. I just installed and activated the same plugin from Elastic Email, the provider of the emails from Cloudways at the moment. And once you install it and have it activated, come here to the settings option, and here you'll add your API key from Elastic Email. How do you get that API key? When you come here in your Cloudways application, come to integrations, come down below here to view all. When you click over here on API, on this sign here, you can copy your API key, come back here to your WordPress website, paste the API key right over there. Now under email type, you'll be able to send marketing. Choose whether you want to send marketing or transactional emails. I'll make this to be transactional emails, and I'll select text/HTML emails so that my emails can have those clickable links. And then from name is very important, where those emails are coming from, and the from email account. Now the email account is the email that we have already created, and we have access to that mailbox just like you can see right over here. Now once you are done setting up that over here, save changes, and then come over here and make a test email. So when you say send a test email, here you are able to insert any email address and then say send email. So this email should be able to be delivered in the inbox of that email that you added over here. And if you don't get success as a message over here, and for example, it shows fail, then you can check over here in the error log what really caused that to fail. Let me go and check the email. You see we have the Elastic Email Sender test email, which is here in my inbox or to your client's inbox or wherever that email you added. Now, the other thing that you have really to take care of is that once you get your business email, just come over here to the settings area under WordPress, and come over here to general settings, and make sure that you have the proper email or administrator email added over here. You may choose to use the one that you created for business purposes, but you can also use your Gmail or whichever email. But that is the email that will be mostly filled in all other forms or all other placeholders. So to make the work easy for you, just use, the business email over here. And in this case, if for example, we go to accommodations, settings, and we come over here to admin emails, this is a section where you have to set up all your outgoing emails from your website. And the default email that will be added here is the email that you added as the administrator email. And this is what is over here. Though you can also add extra emails with comma separation, for example. So you can also add several emails just like this, comma separated. But I don't want to do that. I just want to leave it on the default admin email address. And this MotoPress picks it up automatically. Now, the other thing is that you can go ahead and customize all these fields right over here. For example, when you look over here in the email tags, they show you what each of these tags represent. So for example, the booking ID is %booking ID _ ID %, and everywhere you see this placeholder means that it is going to show the booking ID. Now, this is a place where you can customize those emails. For example, you can change here and say you don't want to show a site title every time. You want to just, when the client sees an email, they just see new booking without the site title. Now, this is what was happening. You see, this is a site title that is coming first and then _. Now, let me just show you a message for new booking. New booking should be sent to the admins. So right over here, where is new booking? New booking email. As you can see over here, it displays the name of the website and then the new booking and then the number of the booking. And that is exactly what was here before. So name of the site, new booking, and then number of the booking. Now, when we go down below here and say, let me say approved booking email, this approved booking email is also here. So let me say, where is the approved? Or let me say booking confirmed. So this is the booking confirmed email. So here it should be under booking or booking confirmed, which is this over here. So it shows the site title and then the booking and then the number, which is confirmed. So this is what you see over here: site title, booking, the booking number, and then the word confirmed. So once you are done setting that up and customizing how your emails are going to look like, of course, you can go ahead and disable some of these emails to be sent out. For example, if I said disable this email notification, that means that when someone cancels a booking, I will not receive this email notification in my business email. Now, on the other part, let's go and see other emails to the customer. These are all emails that will be sent to your customers. And as you can see here, we don't have an email field. So that means that automatically the email that they entered at the checkout is the email which will receive the email notification. And that is what you see over here: customer information, email, or customer email in this case. And you can go also ahead and make changes. So let's, for example, look at this email: new booking email, confirmation by user, email that will be sent to the customer after a booking is placed. So we have made many bookings before, and now let's go and see a new booking confirmation. This is the email, for instance. It says confirm your booking, and as you can see, it's a name, site name, then confirm your booking, and then it also adds the booking ID. And when you come over here, site name, confirm your booking, and then this is the booking ID. And the header says confirm your booking, and just like you can see, this is the header. You can customize that also by adding extra words or even placeholders. And then approved booking, it will show in the header as your booking is approved. And as you can see here, we can say approved, and you see your booking is approved. And it starts with a site title, your booking, and the booking ID, and then it shows the booking is approved, just like you see right over there. Now let's go and look into the other emails. So email settings, these are actually very, very important. So first of all, if you do not have the SMTP set up here in your WordPress website, your website will not be able to send out emails. And that means that you will not be having a business, because if you cannot receive emails from your clients, that means that your clients will not receive emails as confirmations. You will also not be able to receive email confirmations for new bookings, cancelled bookings, and everything. So just make sure that you have that correctly set up. Now here, sender email, we use the administrator email. You can change this, but it's automatically defaulting to the default email that we have as our default email. The from name is always this name that you're seeing here, so which is the site name. You can also change that. Logo URL, in case you want your emails to have a logo added. For example, here as a header, you can add the URL to the logo right over there. I don't have a logo at the moment. Footer text, so that is the text that is right over here. You can add an address, phone number for your hotel as you so wish. And then when we go down below here for the style, so for instance, base color, you can change this to reflect your brand. Let me see which you can add over here. How is it called? A color code. And then you can be able, I don't know, I think it's better I make it a bit darker. Alternatively, if you already have the color code, for example, here we can come and inspect. So I have my color code over here, and then I can choose, a background color that I want to use. So automatically here it's using white, and you can change that to a color that you want. And then you can also change the text color. So in case you don't want that gray and you want, for example, a blue, this blue looks okay. And then save changes. Now let me send just a dummy confirmation email. Let me come back here to the dashboard, come to one of the bookings. And then I just want to say, send a copy of the approved booking email to the customer. Let me just say send. Yeah, the email is already here, and you want to see if the colors have changed. So right over here, you see the color has changed and the link colors have also changed, and also the text color has changed. And basically, that's how you can go ahead to customize your site emails that goes to your clients, and also generally the email settings. Now, in the next part of this video, I want to take you through how you can use MotoPress but create your website from scratch. So using Elementor and the MotoPress Hotel Booking plugin to have something created like this, which is custom and is not based on the Elementor template and demo content, which I earlier showed you in this video. See you right there. In the last part of this tutorial, I want to take you briefly how you can create this hotel booking website without relying on a demo data and a theme from MotoPress. Now, that could be because you probably have your own setup and you have your own theme and you want to build up everything from scratch. So basically, this will give you, a highlight of how you can do that. So to get started, this is the homepage of the website that I built up from scratch. So has these arrows and it has this check availability form right over here. And everything here was built using Elementor. So if, for example, we go to the About page, you see it's everything constructed in Elementor. Sorry, not constructed, but built up in Elementor. And when we go to our rooms, so you will see that we have a custom rooms page over here. And I have a multiple accommodations availability checker right over here. So you can see different availability dates for different accommodations. And also you can, go through different months and different times of the year. These are accommodations that are booked, and the greens are the ones that are available. And these ones are basically not bookable. And then we have the different accommodations over here. So this is something that I customly made. I hid all the other details and I only left the room name and the pictures. You can customize this how you want. Then we go to the individual accommodation. So this one I built an Elementor template, and that template I set up dynamic fields which are echoed every time someone goes to see the individual accommodations page. And for this case, this is a smart solo room. So we have this excerpt over here and the amenities and the pictures of the gallery, and then the availability calendar for that accommodation. And also we have the availability checker right over here. And also just a widget here to summarize details about this room. And also the extra services down below here. Of course, I have to mention you can go ahead and also build a services page custom in Elementor, just like we build the template for the single accommodations. Now let's go into the back end and see how that was built. So here in the dashboard, the first thing that you should have, obviously, we go to the plugins area. We should have Elementor. And in this case, I have Elementor, the Pro version, so the free and Pro version. I have the Pro version because I wanted to use the dynamic features from Elementor to build up some sections of the website. And also I needed to have another plugin called Hotel Booking and Elementor Integration. This is a special plugin from the MotoPress team, which has different widgets for the accommodation specifically. So if you want to have, for instance, let's go here to the single rooms or the accommodations page. So when you come over here to rooms, these are widgets from the hotel booking plugin for Elementor by MotoPress, and the same these over here. And even when you go to the single accommodations, so when I click over here, this is a dynamic field which is echoing dynamic data, but this over here is actually a widget from the hotels booking plugin, and also this is a widget from the hotel booking plugin. So basically, even in the free version of Elementor, you can use these widgets because they come for free in that plugin, hotel booking plugin. When you go here to accommodations settings, under extensions, you'll see extensions called styles. This section over here will show you which kind of classes you can use to target and customize the shortcodes, because hey, you can also use the shortcodes within Elementor. So you can just add the shortcode widget and then come over here to the shortcode section and pick up any section that you want to use on the page. and that page will automatically show up. For example, you can display your services on a page by simply adding the services shortcode, same for the rooms, and same for the checkout page, and all these other shortcodes right over here. And they can see their account information right over here. So that is only for clients who are logged in. And if I go to edit the page, this page though is not an Elementor page. I just created the page and added the shortcode just to display the customer information once they log into their account. Now let's look at some of the Elementor pages that I created. So for example, the homepage, when I edit the homepage with Elementor, I mean this homepage here. Unlike the previous homepage, which is this over here, which had a slider and you had to figure out where to create everything from, because the first section of this homepage, was not built directly in Elementor, and it was only these other sections of the page that were built in Elementor, like I have already showed you in this tutorial. So here I built everything using Elementor, so the header section, and then we have these other widgets in here. We have the button to book, and then we have the search availability form added over here. And this is a widget that is coming from the hotel booking plugin styles for Elementor. So I'll just collapse this so I show you some of those widgets. So we have MotoPress Hotel Booking. So we have search availability form. We have the search results when you're building the search results page, which is, for instance, here. This search results page, which I also built using Elementor, you can add that widget, which is the search results widget, to showcase these widgets on the page, which I can actually show you right now. So when I edit this with Elementor, and then of course here we have the header and we have this title widget over here. And now under search results, we have two containers. We have this other container here, which has a shortcode for the multiple availability calendar. But now on the other hand, we have the search results widget, this over here, and that is the one that shows the search results, which we have seen right over here. But I had to customize that because by default, let me just show you without the CSS. So because I added a custom CSS just to display that in a way that I wanted. So if I publish this and then I reload the search results, you will see that it looks different. So this is how it looks by default. But then I wanted to have a grid of 2 columns side by side, instead of having the rooms running just down below like this in a list format. So that's how I ended up adding the CSS code, and I could still go further and style each section of the cards to give it the look and feel of what I want. But I didn't invest that much time in going ahead to style everything. I just created these 2 cards to look side by side, and of course the other results would appear just below here. That is the search results widget. Now coming back here to our homepage, this is a search availability widget, and this widget can also be displayed in the vertical format, which is the default format, and that's how it would look like. But now with this styles plugin, it enables us to actually display it in a horizontal format. So you can also go ahead and customize it the way you want by using some of these parameters and customization options. Now the other parts of the page are also Elementor and basically about the rooms and everything. You could also put here your rooms as a slider. So just like you see this over here, you could also add that. You could add the accommodations widgets. So for instance, accommodations, accommodation types, and with these accommodation types you could list your rooms over here, and then you could display it as a slider with a class slider in this case. Now that is for the home page. Let's look at the accommodations page, which is this over here. So for the accommodations page, when I edit it with Elementor, so we have this hero section just like the other pages. And then right over here, we have the accommodations. In the next container, we have the multiple property availability So this over here, multiple property availability widget, which is right over here. And then under that, we have the accommodations. So these are the accommodation listings. And also I just added a small CSS to style up these because by default, they display in a totally different way because I wanted this to appear as cards. But by default, this is how they would look like when you add this widget. But adding an extra CSS, I hid everything else, left only the titles and gave some padding. And then I ended up having something like this. Now, once someone clicks on that, they are taken to the single property listing, just like you can see over here. Now, when I say edit, you realize that it is a single post. So it's a template that I created in Elementor. So let me just go and show you quickly how that looks like. Under the theme builder, you see that I have a single accommodations template over here that I created. And when I say edit, that takes us to this template right over here that I created for every single accommodation. And now you notice that this heading is actually a dynamic widget, which is pulling up the post title. And in this case, the post title is going to be, because the condition here is applied to only show accommodation types, which I can pick up from the options over here under accommodation type, and it shows on all the accommodations. So if in case you have different accommodation types or properties, you could actually here select either the category or here apply to a specific accommodation type. Right, so as you can see here on our page, we have this first heading widget, and that is basically the excerpt text. So when I click over here, you see it's a text editor widget, but it is pulling up the post excerpt. And that's because it's now a dynamic widget, and I can pull up dynamic content and pulls up the post excerpt. And where do you find the post excerpt? We have to come here to accommodations, and under accommodation types, we are going to say, let me say, rooftop studio. You see here is the excerpt text for that. And that is the text that you see that is being picked up dynamically to showcase right over here in this post excerpt. And then under amenities, you see the room amenities. So this is also a dynamic widget. And here it picks up the taxonomy amenities. And obviously I added room amenities before as a static text. And everything here is dynamic. And that is what you see right over here for the room amenities, which is coffee station, and going down forward. If I add this balcony and I update, let me just come over here to reload this page. We should be able to see balcony, and there it is showing up, and also it will be showing up on the front end. Same for the images, as you can see for the single accommodations. Let's go to, let me say, rooms, panorama. You see after the room amenities, we have this gallery. So unfortunately here in the back end, it shows as full width, but actually I made it to be 2 columns. So this is just a preview issue, and here in the front end, it looks just like I wanted it to be. So it's a gallery image or a gallery showing up. And after that, we have the availability calendar, which is also a widget. So which is also coming from the styles plugin right below here. So availability calendar right over there. By the way, you can also customize how these calendars look like, or the themes of the calendars. And I think that is found under settings, and scroll way down below here. There is calendar theme, and you can choose that to, I don't know which theme that you want. Let me say minimal. And now let's see how this looks like now. So that has now updated the theme, but this doesn't look like I would wish it to be. So I'll just come back here to my settings, change that to something else. I don't know, light blue perhaps looks much better. Yeah, that looks much better. So you can also navigate to different months before and after, and you can also filter through different months and years to see the availability of this specific accommodation. Now we have also the extra services, which is also a widget for the services. So as you can see here, we added a services widget, and we can also decide to display by ID. That means that we shall filter out some accommodations from appearing. And also I had to add a CSS to customize how my services would look like, because by default it would look like this as a list format, but I wanted it to look like cards, and I wanted to customize how the headings look like and also customize a bit the cards. And I did that by simply adding this tiny CSS right there. So basically that's how you can build up all your other pages if you are building everything from scratch. So maybe the other thing I didn't show you is that I'm actually using the Astra theme at the moment for this. So I'm not using the Albatross theme from MotoPress. So either way that you want to go, you can go ahead and build your hotel booking plugin, either starting from scratch or using the already prepared files from the awesome team at MotoPress. And there you have it. If you have followed along, you now have a professional, high-converting hotel booking website, a synchronized calendar across all platforms, and the power to manage your business from the palm of your hand. This is a massive achievement, and congratulations. I know we covered a lot today, so if you run into any kind of hiccups, don't forget to reach out to the MotoPress team. They are incredibly supportive. Or alternatively, just drop a comment below. I personally check out the comments to help as many people as possible, just like I did with my video 5 years ago. If this video helped you to save thousands of dollars in developer fees, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. That shows me that you enjoy the content I'm creating, but also it helps me keep creating these videos for you. Also check out the description of this video for all links mentioned in this video, including the mobile app and the booking plugin. Your website is now ready to welcome guests from all over the world. I can't wait to see what you build. Please post some of the links of the website you build in the comments below. Also, thank you so much for watching, and see you in the next video.